what it was, 5 or 6 people in.
Yeah, I saw
So you should
that.
get a few hours out of it.
Oh, I appreciated that so much. Thank you.
No, no problem. It adds up.
It does. So where are you at right now?
In South Carolina, almost Columbus.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm getting ready to head north up to North Carolina.
Okay. You haven't hit any of those storms, have you?
Nope, not yet.
Hmm.
It looks like it could around here, but man, it was bad over in Tennessee last night. I've seen some videos. There were several tornadoes hit Clarksville. Hey, Biggie.
Yeah, we were kind of close to all that. And then my oldest, it hit up in Kentucky as well.
Oh, did it?
And then there was a tornado warning that went through Kentucky. And my oldest was in the middle of her move out of it. So they darted out of the area just in time. Yeah, but I think everything's okay because they're still kind of in their other place, but they're, they're in the middle of their move.
Mm-hmm.
So I think everything's fine. But yeah, I saw that. It was pretty bad yesterday.
There,
Hmm.
and Dale's already popped over to your side. Yeah, guys. If you now Glenda's on here, if you're on my side, go over to Glenda's side if you would, and so we work on our watch hours again today.
Thank you so much. Hi, Andale. And I see Piggy's Piddles is here. Hey, Piggy. My my darn autocorrect wants to always say puddles. It's so frustrating. I'm like, it's piddles, not puddles. Stop autocorrect. So hello, hello. Let's see. Jamie's
Drop the.
got the rubber boots on to feed the animals. That's what I got to go out and do. Hey, Molly. I'm just eating an early lunch, getting ready. Well, I was helping Sir Grace eat before he goes out. He's going to be turning some ornaments on his lathe. So I told him, I said, well, let me feed you before you get started so I don't have to bug you when in the middle of it. Go, lunchtime.
There's Glenda's link, guys. I dropped it in here, so you guys can go over real easy.
I almost gave him something a hard time about. Yeah, it's my autocorrect. When I'm on my phone, it automatically wants to go Piggy's Puddles. And I have to pay attention. I wish we could tag people on the phones. Make
You
life a
can.
little easier. Yeah.
You click on their name and it says go to the channel,
Hmm.
and I don't know how to do all of it, but I know people do it. Well, that's to share their channel out. If you're a mod, you can share them out.
Oh,
You
yeah,
get
yeah,
the,
yeah.
but I don't know how to do the other way there, but I know people can do it somehow. I'm not very smart at doing this stuff.
I'm not either.
Thanks, Molly, for leaving her running.
Thank you. Mm, all good. All good. Yeah, sometimes autocorrect changes things I wish it wouldn't change too.
Yeah.
And I've had to go back and catch it before I hit send. Otherwise, it's pretty embarrassing. I ain't gonna lie about that one. Autocorrect can
I'm
be.
not very good at spelling anyway, so it's really hard for me.
Mm-hmm. I'm good, but autocorrect makes my life just a little frustrating.
I'll have to call Shannon. How do you spell something? that she'll start spelling it for me, and then the word will come up, and then I can find it. But I'm really bad.
Yeah, no, I hear that one. Yes, I agree with Jamie. Congratulations on 4K. Whoop whoop. That's amazing.
I'm rolling in the money now.
Well, what an accomplishment.
I made $261. No, $261. I think. YouTube is making me famous or rich.
Hey, that's money you didn't have. That's what I say.
Yep. Well, I didn't notice it either, but Natasha, she's got Ollie the Monkey channel, and she's in here now. I think might be still in here, but she makes about $100 a month, and she uses that $100 to pay her internet for the household. So,
that's awesome.
You know, a little $100 here and there does do something for some people.
Absolutely.
She was talking yesterday. She missed it. She had $99 and something. If she didn't give herself a super sticker, she would have got paid, but she's not going to get paid this month because they do it in $100 increments.
Yeah.
Each month, and she was $1 short.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, my mom has been monetized for a few years now. I don't know exactly. I think maybe 2 years. I don't want to give the wrong information, but it's been a little while. And she sent me a screenshot. Looks like she's going to get her first $100. She just hit it. And I was like, woohoo! What a celebration.
Because you don't make much on AdSense. You make more money on memberships and super chats.
Oh, and Andale
said she was $1.48 short.
Oh no.
That is bad.
Oh no. You're up 1,555 hours. I'm getting there. Yes, you are.
I used only 1,500 the other day, so you gained 55 hours here this week.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's you really don't make money on YouTube unless you like get way up there.
Yeah. Now, Andale, when she's close to her 10K, Chris and Larry made their 10K. When you hit 10K, there's a different program you can get into, and then you make a little bit more money when you hit 10K. Chris was talking about it when she did that. Hit it her 10K last year. She's up to like 16K now, I think it is. But when you hit 10, you're in a different category. You get more AdSense, more ad stuff.
Yeah.
And so you can make more money when you get over 10K. Hi, Virginia.
Hey, Virginia.
She was in here yesterday for you all day.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yep, she was riding along. Shannon was showing Yeah, check that out. And I don't know all the deals. You might be able to go back in Chris's, Larry's archives about a year ago. When they hit 10K, she was talking about it. That it puts you in a different category.
And you're getting there, Ann. I mean, gosh, I remember Andale long before she ever had a channel. I actually remember her in let's see if she remembers this, Lady Cheryl's lives. That's where I first saw Andale, and to see her like start her channel and go all the way up. I mean, I'm just sitting here going, whoop, whoop, you go, girl. You go, girl. I mean, Mom and I talk about your accomplishments all the time, and we're just like so ecstatic for you guys. And also there's another channel we watch blow up. and that was Black's Tropical Homestead. We watched them go. Now, I didn't know her before she started her channel, maybe about 40 people. And to watch that one blow up, I'm so amazed.
There's certain people like you're one of them, certain voices you can sit and listen to, and Ann is one of them.
Oh, my
God. It doesn't matter what you guys are talking about. It's just relaxing to listen to. Now, some people's got voices, it's like fingers on a chalkboard. And you can't, I mean, they might have some really good content, but you just can't stand the voices to watch it.
Well, I think you're one that we enjoy listening to. And proof is in your numbers, just saying. We enjoy listening to you too, Randy.
Mine is more unique than most because most of you guys do your stuff at night. And mine is like a filter for during the day for the people who are working or at home, a place for them to hang out.
Yeah.
During the day. I don't do anything at night when everybody else is on. I don't drop no videos. I don't do many videos anyway, but I try not to put anything out in the evening when all the evening shows are on.
I hear that one. And I'm struggling with the evening one, to be honest with you, and it has nothing to do with anybody personally. It's just me falling asleep with the phone in my hand.
I was watching Johnny and Christine and everybody last night there, and I was just getting so sleepy. I turned it off. And then the night before, when Scott was doing his and Jesse, I just felt like you. I fell asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But I get up early, and I just can't stay up anymore for some reason. Especially since when the time changed, I can stay up to 10 or 11 o'clock.
Oh, very much.
Now that it's getting darker and the time changed, I can't stay up past like 8, 9 o'clock. I'm asleep.
Well, here's a true confession. During Scott and Jesse's live, I got about 3/4 of the way through. For Grace and I, we were watching them just laying in bed, which was a mistake on my part. And I literally fell asleep with the phone in my hand. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I literally fell asleep. And that's not the first time I did it. I did it again last night watching Johnny's live. And I try, and I'm with you on that one. That time change happened. And of course, we're on Eastern time here with Sir Grace and I. And I get up early based on that. And I don't know. I'm asleep. But I try. And then the things that, like, after I fall asleep, if I really, was into it, I'll go back the next morning, and I've done it this weekend and finished up where I fell asleep at, so I can see what I missed out on.
Yeah. Now, Piggy, I didn't fall asleep on Eileen's last night. There was a certain gentleman came in there, and I don't get along with, so that's why I bowed out last night. It wasn't nothing to do with you guys. I like both of you, but there was a certain gentleman came in last night. He just blocked on a few of our channels, and when he was starting his stuff, I just bowed out, so I didn't say nothing. It wasn't nothing to do with you guys, so I was having fun. I actually was Googling the answers.
Was it a game? I missed it.
What Eileen in my kitchen does on Saturday nights at 6, she does trivia. And usually it's about food. Now last night it was about Christmas.
Oh, how fun!
And it's really fun on Saturday nights. She does it every Saturday night, and it's trivia usually because she does a lot of cooking, and it's usually about food. And I'm not very good with the food, but I like learning different things.
Sure.
And stuff, but it's really fun on Saturday nights.
That sounds like fun. Yeah, no explanation needed. We know who it is. It's cool. We have some we don't get along with. We just stay away from them. You know what? I've had that experience as well with certain channels, and sometimes it's just, I mean, better to be the bigger person and walk away, you know?
Yep, that's what I do when certain people that I've had dealings with, if they're in somewhere, I just leave. So because it's not my channel, so I don't want to be a problem on it.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. This person is not in any of the groups that I've seen that I've had problems with. It's somebody completely different and history with this person. So, no, I get it. I get it. And I don't do drama either. I have
No,
better things to do with my time.
yeah, that's why I try to make it in here drama free, and just have
Yeah,
fun and talk, and then keep it clean for kids. My big pet
absolutely.
peeve is to keep it clean for kids. I don't
Absolutely.
want it where like mom's kids come in here all the time. Rita's granddaughter comes in here. Chef's daughter comes in, and I don't want it some way where they can't come in here. I enjoy having the kids in.
I agree. You know, and I'm a grandmother now, and I don't want my grandbabies to go back through the history and see anything that was not appropriate when they get a little
Yep.
bit older. You know what I mean?
Now,
It's just
if the parents want to teach them the bad stuff, that's on the parents. But I don't want to be the reason
although
why
if
the
my
kid picks up the wrong words.
if my grandbabies learn that from their parents, I'm still their parents' mother, so
Yep.
I'll take care of that one.
Yep. Yeah, you can take care of it that way.
Take care. I'm still their mother of those grandbabies.
It's like there's so many shorts out right now
Yeah.
of little kids saying bad words, and they think it's really funny. It is cute, but they're playing them over and over
Yeah.
and adding them to different videos,
Yeah.
and it's wrong.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Let's see here. The
Yeah,
grandkids. Yep, I see that. Gillen's live. One of them had their grandkid come in. I saw that, and everybody hit the brakes on anything untoward. Yeah, I saw that. And then so you have some chores to do outside, so I'm going to leave you running. No problem, Jamie. I understand. I understand. Thank you so much. No,
right back, Jamie.
I get it. But yeah, no. I hope one day that my grandkids will look back at the videos and learn a little something about their grandmother that they didn't know. Maybe even learn a recipe, or maybe a way, with the chickens or whatever. I think about
Yeah.
that when I do my videos. I hope
Yeah,
one day.
years ago, everybody had camcorders and made tapes, but nobody ever digs them out of the archives. I think YouTube, though, because you can just click onto it and pull a
Mm,
video up, and I
yeah,
think it's one way that our younger generations will be able to see something about us when we're gone.
absolutely. Well, what's interesting? Okay, well, I knew about this years ago. So my grandfather was an Army veteran. And I knew while Sir Grace was in the military, I'd heard about this story where he went into the library and he shared his story, but they did it on a tape recorder. And then it went to the National Archives. Okay. Well, I didn't know that they had put that all digital at all. Like, until about 6 months ago, when a guy from Wounded Warrior Project was telling me about it. And he said, if your grandfather did it by tape recorder, more than likely you can find it online. I'll be darned, I went back, and my grandfather's been gone for over a decade now. And I got to hear his voice digitally on the internet. And how cool is that? I got to hear about his Army times just like about 6 months ago.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And now here we have YouTube. I mean, I hope my grandkids think it's equally as awesome.
Right. I do too. Piggy, that's pretty cool. I tell my grandkids when I see them, they go, well, you can't spank us, Grandpa. You'll go to jail. I go, that's okay. Here's the phone. Call 911 because you're going to get your butt whipped.
My grandfather spanked my butt, and I deserved it. Then one time, I think he just didn't have the heart to do it. And kind of looking back and being a parent now and a grandparent, I don't think he had the heart to do it. It was more of just a scare. But he told me, Glenda, go out there and go pick you a switch, get one of the green ones. And that mortified me. I mean, I was so in tears. And he didn't use it on me, but it was just more of a, remember
Oh,
who.
my grandmother had a weeping willow tree, and she told us to go cut our stick. And you made sure you got the biggest one because them little weeping willow trees, they hurt.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we'd have to go out. My grandma, maybe you talked about that there. My grandmother was really bad. She'd make us go cut her own stick switch.
Yeah.
And it didn't hurt us. I think I turned out halfway right.
No, I think I turned out fine too. I really do. But I think it was more of the fear thing.
That's one of the things I think has changed in society is when they kind of passed the law that you can't spank your kids, trying to, making it sound like you're beating your kids or whatever. But now kids just, or not all, but a lot of kids are just destructive and, unruly or whatever you want to say. But, just because they think they can get by with it.
Right. Right. Well, I have to say one of mine, you could never spank because just the sensitivity of that one's heart. I ended up putting that one on the stairs and that was timeout. It actually worked. Turned out to be a really good person, That one, I don't know.
Kids have got to be trained.
They're
young, they don't know anything, and you can't just let them raise themselves. They actually have to be trained.
Yeah. Well, you're not raising children; you're raising adults. Is what the outcome is going to be. You really want them to be productive members of society, and be able to
thrive. Don't look at it that way.
Yeah.
Some people just let their kids do what they want, raise themselves, and have no morals or beliefs in anything. They just
right.
It's wrong.
It is. So yeah, it's important to raise your kids to be good adults.
Iggy, I think it'd been cooler if it was Eileen that one got whooped. That'd been a better story. Yeah, you're right, Virginia.
Mm-hmm. I want to know how many people out there can say that their mother-in-law spanked their butts as a kid. I'm raising my hand. I've known my husband since I was 4 years old.
Yeah, I've heard that story. You guys.
And my mother-in-law actually spanked my butt, and I deserved it. We laughed. I mean, she's no longer with us anymore, but when she was alive, she kept going, "I'm so sorry I spanked your butt." And I said, "Well, one, I deserved it. I absolutely deserved it. And two, I think it's hysterical looking back that I can say my mother-in-law beat my butt." So I told her never be sorry for that one because I really did deserve it. I wasn't being a good girl. So.
It's kind of a cool story that you guys were little and stayed together, got together like that.
Yeah, I mean, there was some separation during the time growing up, but physical, because his dad was in the Army. Of course, that lifestyle. I mean, it was year round.
Yep.
But yeah, we came back together. So yeah, I had the honor to my mother-in-law.
Circles go around. You never know. You don't burn your bridges. You might want to cross that bridge someday.
Exactly.
You could have been a real pain when you was younger, and Sir Grace might not even like you because of something you did years ago.
Exactly. Well, our mothers remained the best of friends, and that was back in the day when you had to pay for long distance, and there was no email. The only way to communicate in words was either call or type or, write a letter and put it in the snail mail. So, I mean, that was back in the day.
But back years ago, it seemed like when we was in the military, when you found a friend, that friend, you traveled with them or they went other ways, you kept in contact more.
And that's
seemed like to me.
That still is true. Of course, I was not in the military. Sir Grace was, for those who are watching. So I don't ever want to claim I was in the military because I was not. I was a spouse. But one of my dear friends from when I had my first child has gone. Her husband went on, retired from the Air Force. Of course, Sir Grace retired from the Air Force. And about 3 years ago, we met up in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. She just so happened to be vacationing at the same time that we were there. We found out, and we hadn't seen each other in about 25 years. And it was just a blessing to be able to keep up with her, all these years later.
Yeah.
And then I have another friend that I still keep up with. And she's out in Washington State, and they came through our area a couple of years ago as well, and we had lunch with them. So, those friendships really can last a long time.
My third daughter is actually named after one of my best friends when I was in the military. His daughter, Tanya. He named his daughter when he had her, and I loved the name, and so I named my daughter after his,
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Now, my oldest daughter is named after a movie star. Well, a movie. I don't remember the name of the star itself, but you've seen the old movies where Tammy's in love. And her grandpa lived on a riverboat, and she went to I can't think of the name of the movies, but I really love them movies, so that's why my first daughter's name came from.
Aww.
Who was watching TV.
I prayed about mine. I'm not going to say what the name is, but one of the names, I was in Japan, and I just had been praying about a middle name. And I heard the Lord say this name very loud and clear. So I named my son this. Well, come to find out, it was my grandmother's favorite uncle that I knew nothing about. And my grandmother had prayed for someone to be named after him. And I didn't know this because keep in mind, I was in Japan. And I didn't know my grandma's uncles at all. This was, they all had passed long before I ever was even thought of. So,
Amy, you said you were going outside.
Might be podcast style.
She can't walk out.
Sometimes I'll put my phone in my pocket, like my back pocket, keep the volume up, and do some work. And I do it like podcast style, and I'm just listening in on the live. So I wonder if that's what she's doing.
She might be. Now, Shannon puts her phone in her pocket when we're on the phone when she's out doing her chores. And she just walks her. She can't wear a headset. It bothers her ears.
Oh, okay.
She just puts me in her pocket, walks around outside doing things.
Yeah, that's what I do. It's a way to get things done, too, sometimes.
I don't have the cameras on my other phone yet. I can't find the password to set it up, or I'd see if the other. Oh, here comes the rain.
Uh-oh, I see it.
You're right, Jamie. It is. If I go into Walmart, like Jamie works at Walmart. If I go into Walmart and I see a kid acting up, I'll say it out loud. I go, man, that parent needs to have his ass whipped. And I'll have so many looks. Because it ain't the kid's fault. It's the parent's fault.
No, it isn't. But I couldn't agree more. I don't actually say it out loud, but that's...
I say it out loud.
You go, Randy. I'm high-fiving you. That's
Kids
awesome.
acting up for any restaurant or whatever, I go, man, that parent needs just ask whoop. And the people look at me and then they'll think about it and they go, like, yeah, you're right.
Aw. That's true. That's true. It's raining, so maybe Jamie hurried. Maybe.
Yeah. Jamie probably begins to snow shortly.
Virginia said she's actually done that.
Yeah, I do it all the time. If there's a kid acting up.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I think parents or just, adults act up, and I'm like, man, you need your butt whooped too.
Yeah. Yep.
I know.
Yeah, there's no age limit.
No, there really isn't. No, there really isn't. I will have to say, like, on a good note, Sir Grace has a service dog. And one of the really cool things that I hear out of parents, which, I mean, I'm telling you, I appreciate it more than I let in. They will see the service dog, especially mothers. Dads aren't so good with this, but mothers are. And they'll say, we don't touch that dog. That dog is working. Because a lot of kids, their natural instinct is to pet a dog.
Yep,
And
pet a dog, yep.
We don't get mad. Oh, by the way, you know what I mean? Because we know that that's a natural instinct. But we hear a lot of mothers teaching their kids about a service dog. And sometimes, if I have a second, I'll go up and I'll whisper at the child. I'll go, that's a superhero on 4 legs. And he wears a cape, but you can't see it. And it's so funny to watch the kids, because the dog really is a superhero, in my opinion, And sometimes they'll ask, like just simple little questions, like what does the dog do, and so I'll tell.
Right, they're curious.
Yeah, but it's fun because I hear the parent, the mothers more than the fathers, but I hear them teaching their little ones. When you see
now, one thing I don't like is people taking advantage of that rule. Like there's a lot of truck drivers that have dogs, and they'll take them in, and they're not service dogs; they're companions, and there's a difference. And their dogs don't mind. Most service dogs, I've never seen a service dog act up or growl or do anything to another person around, or even to another animal.
Nope.
They're very, very well trained.
Yep.
But some of these people think they can just take any dog inside now, and I think that's wrong.
So kind of on that line, we just dealt with this at Old Mill in Pigeon Forge, and I watched this little pug in a stroller. They put this, and the kids were all over it. And I wish that the manager had asked the 2 questions. He didn't do it. Other than he just asked one of the 2. He said, "Is that a service dog?" And they went, "Yep," because everybody will say yes. But I wait for the second question. What services does it provide? Now, you can't do a demonstration, but you can answer that question. And those who have a properly trained service dog knows exactly how to answer that question. But you can weed out a lot of fake people. But I always go up to managers and say, I appreciate when you ask those 2 questions because I, as the spouse, have turned into a bouncer. We've had a lot of dogs jump at Sir Grace's dog and have tried to attack Sir Grace's dog, including the little ones. And I have stomped on a lot of leashes and just prevent for that to happen. And it's ticked off people, but I'm not about to have my husband's dog bit. But it's also a lawsuit. I can sue somebody if that dog bites my husband's dog. We have lawyers behind us because we have an organization backed with lawyers to take people to court. And it happens a lot more than what people realize. So I don't know. I just get really frustrated. But in the whole time, Sir Grace's dog looks up at his dad like, "Are you okay? You okay, Dad?"
Yep.
That's all he does.
First priority is them.
We had and I love the breed. Please don't, if you have this breed, please know that I actually really love the breed. But we had a Rottweiler at the VA several years ago, literally lunged, foaming at the mouth, growling at Sir Grace's dog. And we got them kicked out because that dog was not a service dog. He should never be aggressive. Should never lunge at another dog. Now they could look at the dog. That's just normal behavior to look like, oh, there's another dog. But they should never react. And so I had a conversation with somebody from the VA about it. And I said, so my husband's dog comes from an ADI credit organization. The VA is paying for that dog's insurance. Does that mean we can sue the VA as well? And he said, absolutely, you could sue the VA.
Oh.
So the dog is federally protected. Our dog is very protected. That dog is. The other one was not. So that's how we got that dog kicked out. Some investigation was done. I know that a lot of people see a dog and they think, oh, glorified pet. But really, like you said, there's a lot of training. There's 400 hours per task done with our dog. And then we have recertification, good behavior. We're looking at the health of the dog, making that determination if we can continue on. There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
A lot.
I've seen some videos of some of the training the dog goes through. It's not an easy training course for them.
It's not, and it's almost as much as, or if not as much as, a canine officer training, and pretty close to about the same amount of money for a properly trained service dog as it is a canine. Pretty close too. There's a lot that goes into it. Of course, we had a nonprofit that helped us with that. So and the dog was sponsored by a company, but there's a lot to it.
There's a video of a service dog working. This lady has something wrong, like she has epilepsy fits.
Oh yeah,
I think it is. Have you seen that? Where she's
Yeah.
going to pass out, and the dog goes to it's got a towel or something on the refrigerator where it can open the door of the refrigerator and get something out of the refrigerator, and it gets right beside her and helps her sit down so she doesn't fall. But then it goes right to the refrigerator and gets something out, I forget what it was, and brings it to her. And while she's having her deal, hey Scott.
Hey Scott.
Person. Is it person or people? Wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out first. I think it ought to be person.
I think people.
There should be an S on there. Is that a typo?
Oh yeah, it might be a typo. Persons. Yeah, they are incredible. One of the things that Sir Grace's dog will do is I'm not going to go on Sir Grace's disabilities, but if there's a problem with Sir Grace, the dog actually will come and get me, and he circles me, he herds me to Sir Grace. And that way I can take care of it. And if we separate, like say Sir Grace and the dog, like he turns away, Sir Grace's dog, like when we're in public, he'll actually kind of pull him back, like, nope, Mom, this is a part of this trio, you know. And it's so cute. And,
I like watching him work. It's amazing when a service dog is working. And they're always working, but I mean, some of the, like you get the different commands or different things that they do,
It is. It's incredible. So Sir Grace is the man. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, okay.
Well, Sir Grace is on his lathe right now, turning some ornaments, so he can't be there.
You guys hear the rain?
I do. I'm looking at it. That's coming down hard. My goodness. That's insane. Yeah, it's really cool to watch. When we first got, when Sir Grace first came home with the dog, he had to use a lot of verbal commands. And that's just how he was trained. That's normal. Verbal commands is normal. but they're so tight now that Sir Grace can just kind of use his hand or his fingers, and the dog knows exactly what he's referring to. It is.
Oh, Scott, my check engine light come on again this morning.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is going on with your truck?
It's junk. It needs an attitude adjustment.
Oh, it needs a whooping.
Welcome back, Ann.
Yes. Well, she said she will be back. I'll be back. No problem. Yeah, no problem. She's been listening.
I'm trying to read, and it's raining so hard. I'm trying to pay attention to these cars.
That's okay. So Scott says, "Oh my God," and that's in regards to your truck light coming on. Yeah, I can hear that rain. My gosh.
Yeah, it's easing up a little bit now.
Is
it's coming down hard back there. Got all the bugs off the window, though.
Oh, wow. Goodness me. I wonder if that's that same storm that came through us yesterday.
Probably. I don't know. It ought to be already across here, I would thought.
Huh. Scott said maybe it's time for Shannon to work double shift so you can get a new truck.
Yeah, right. You know, people down south want snowballs or water, but that ain't going to happen either. But I figured she'd be in here by now, give us an update, unless the other goat went into labor, and she might be messing with that.
All those nice cars, man. I take one of those. Hey, Josh. Josh is in the house. Howdy, howdy. I'll take the water, skip the snowballs. A lot of people snowbird in Arizona too. Good time in the winter to be down like in the Tucson area. Sunshine, windows open. You know, who is it? Is it Sandy? Suburban Homestead, Wyoming, Arizona. She's in Yuma right now. Skipping out on the snowballs.
I think a notification from her this morning.
Oh. I'm having trouble with notifications through YouTube. I comment, I'll make comments on their, on their videos, and I still, I don't get the notifications.
Well, Scott's been having problems on mine. He hasn't been getting notifications that I've been live. All week long he wasn't. He didn't know I was live all week.
Neither did I.
He thought I was off. He wasn't getting, he's on all the time. He can come in and do all the stuff on my channel and everything, but he wasn't getting notifications I was live.
Yeah, me too. Oh, the Grace's dog's at the door. Let me open this up.
All right.
Everything okay, buddy? Hey, everything okay? Oh, you just want to come visit? Okay, well, you can visit. Oh.
So Dad's busy. What are you doing, Mom?
That's exactly what he's doing. Can I hang with you, Mom? He's the goodest boy.
You know, that wood lathe might hit her ears, too.
Yeah.
That might bother her. Some of the sounds, when they're doing a wood lathe, the pitches, that might bother her.
Well, it's a boy, and he's used to it. Yeah, it's okay. It's a boy, but he's used to it. Sir Grace locks him out because he is doing raw wood right now, and it's got thorns on it, and that lathe shoots out, all the dust and stuff. and
Right.
he doesn't want his buddy caught up with all of that.
Right.
So he's been banned from the wood shop for right now. He'll get to go back out once it's kind of turned down and he's got those thorns and that bark off. Here, baby.
Scott sent you a message.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, we love you too, Scott. I'm glad you got it. I was hoping you did. I was hoping. I thought it was perfect. I'm like, I got him a maple syrup bottle ornament for Christmas.
Should have been an Aunt Jemima bottle. Well, you could have some real syrup.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That's actually, him doing his syrup is actually how, like the first thing that I remember watching with Scott. Oh, I'm so glad you love it.
See, he loves me. Aunt Jemima. He says it.
It's written. He loves his Aunt Jemima. There we go. All done.
That's one of the most famous ladies around, I think.
When my brother-in-law was a little boy, he used to talk to his maple syrup bottle. It was the Aunt Jemima one. He used to think she was real.
I think there's been a lot of kids do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. But I have to say, I got to try some of Scott's syrup, and then I had some from a local place too, and it's so much better than store-bought maple syrup. So good when it's home done and it's done over a fire, and so good. Then I got to try not too long ago. Do you know what persimmons are?
Yep.
Okay, so somebody made persimmon syrup, and that was excellent. Now it's not tapped or anything, but they actually use the persimmons to make the syrup. And oh my gosh, you talk about yum yum. I had never heard of it, and I'm in persimmon country.
No, I
That was
never knew they made a syrup out of it.
no. Typically, now have you heard of persimmon pudding?
Yep.
Okay.
I have had to heard the pudding. My grandmother used to make that.
Okay. I have.
I didn't like it, but I heard.
Oh, you didn't like it?
I didn't like it.
Oh, that's a staple in my area. And then persimmon cookies are another one too.
I like the persimmons. It's like rhubarb. I don't like rhubarb pie, but I like rhubarb.
Okay. Okay.
And what's the little green things? I'm trying to think.
Like tomatoes?
No, the real little, like the size of a pea. They come on a bush. I don't know what they call. I eat them raw, but I don't like them in a pie either. We got a bunch of them around our place. I'll go out and eat them wild right off the bushes.
Gosh,
they're really tart, strong.
Not huckleberries, because those are.
No. They're real little green, about the size of a pea. And the bushes they're on are really got thorns on them.
They've got thorns on them.
We got a bunch of mulberry trees too. The birds usually get them before I get them, but
man,
gooseberries there.
Gooseberries. Thank you. I was actually doing Google. I was like, what is it? Okay, gooseberries.
Yeah, gooseberries. I love gooseberries, but I don't like gooseberry pie.
I have never had gooseberries.
Oh, they're strong. You bite into just one at first because they are strong.
Okay. Now, huckleberry is something that I love to make jams with, but then that
Hello, Terry. Thank you for getting me out of my stumbling.
mulberry trees are good too. I wish we had one.
Yeah, we got some right on our road, and I go out. The blackbirds usually get them, or I can get out there when they're getting ripe.
Yeah. Man, I love a good huckleberry tree. Years ago, we used to get them fresh from my mom's old neighbor when she was still out in the country. Man, that was good eating. Well, hello, Madwood Barbecue.
Terry, did you get more snow last night? It's cold down at the house instead of 16 this morning. Terry lives right north of us.
Oh, okay. We ended up just getting the rain. I think it had originally forecasted for us to get snow, but man, that got switched. We got thunderstorms, is what we got. We were an hour and a half north of the tornadoes that went through Kentucky. So, but we just got thunderstorms. Nope, just flurries. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that is good. Sir Grace's puppy laying down, trying to give me the I got fans from daddy eyes.
Can you help me?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I see. He's going, can you help me, Mom?
I
Dad
got,
don't like me.
yeah, well, I got banned and I don't know why. I'm going to make him some more treats this afternoon. I think I'm going to go ahead and film it. I've had a lot of people ask me how I make dog treats.
There's a lot of people actually make dog treats or dog cookies.
Yeah. Well, I have to make his treats. He has copper storage disease, and we dodged the bullet. Thankfully, we caught it early, got him on the right meds, and it looks as though we're going to get to discontinue. We'll know for sure in about 3 or 4 weeks when we redo the lab. But it can kill your dogs if you don't catch it early. A lot of dogs die of this disease. So it comes from too much copper sulfate in the dog food, and leave it, buddy. So I can no longer give him any commercial dog treats. We just switch his dog food, but we have to give him homemade dog treats now.
When you make them, make a couple extra, send to Scott. He's been eating too many Rice Krispie treats. He could probably use some.
He probably could. He probably could.
He ate a whole plate by himself the other day.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ay. I haven't made Rice Krispie treats in years. That sounds so good. Especially right at the holidays. Come on. So, but yeah, no, this dog loves those treats. They're really easy to make. It's not hard at all. Just a few ingredients and more time consuming than anything.
You never know what you're getting in the packages anymore when you buy it.
No.
Now, I do got to say one thing. For a while there, I got off the road. Well, no, it was before I started driving. I worked at Farina Dog Food Plant as a security guard.
Yeah.
And the dog food place, if the food dropped on the floor, they had a disposable plate. It was very clean.
Oh, that's good.
But, you don't know what's all going in some of it, but they're in St. Joe. When they went in, if it hit come off, the bag broke off it. They had a disposable place, and they sell it to this guy. He would feed it to his hog. He would
Oh,
come and get bulks of dog food, and he fed it to the hogs, and then some people get it and put it in their pond for their fish.
oh, that's a good way of reusing that.
But it did not go on into a dog bag, in a bag to be sold. It actually went into waste.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I hear the facilities are typically pretty good.
Now, when I started driving years ago, I went to Campbell's Soup with a load of chickens in Omaha, and my reefer had acted up a little bit. The temperature fluctuated, and they turned it down. Or
Oh,
no, the dog food place turned it down. But I took the same load to Campbell's Soup, and then we put it in our food. I
what?
went to Crete, Nebraska, and the temperature changed like 5 or 6 degrees, and it had to be at a certain temperature. But I took it to Campbell's Soup, and they knew what happened to it, but they said it was okay to put it in our food.
Oh
But
my
they couldn't
God.
put it in pet food.
Wow. That's crazy. Well,
Yeah, ain't it? There's more rules for animals than there is for humans.
yeah, very much so. Well, I know like this copper storage disease, I'm working with a world renowned internal medicine researcher at a university. And Sir Grace's dog's case is going to go with her research because we've submitted everything. But she is trying to she's finding that the copper sulfate levels in dog food is too high. And she's trying to get all the evidence right now backed up to take it to the FDA to get that mandated to be lower. Because too many dogs are being diagnosed with copper storage disease and they shouldn't be, or their liver enzymes are elevated and they shouldn't be. And it's as simple as the amount of copper sulfates that are put in the food.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah, there's copper in
Shannon
everything.
gives our goats extra copper because they're lacking copper.
Yeah.
Bolus or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of dogs getting too much.
Yeah, according to the research, and I can't quite figure out how it merges over, but in the 1990s, I think it was UK had done studies on how to fatten up feeder pigs, so they added the copper sulfates to the feed to fatten up pigs, which is fine, right? That's what you want to do, and they probably need that nutrient. Well, somehow that spilled over into the dog food industry. And so now we have copper sulfates in our dog food. And there's only in the United States, there's only 2 dog foods that are prescription that helps with the disease, and they're very expensive. So yeah, so we found another company that's pretty close in parts per million of copper sulfate and copper overall, not sulfate but copper. So we switched his food, but it's a very hard disease. Very, very hard. And I think my other 2 dogs that I had was affected by what they were eating as well, because their liver enzymes were elevated too. But yeah, hopefully they can get that changed to help other animals. You know, it's a fascinating study that's going on currently. So, and I don't know, this researcher that we're working with, it's pretty incredible. She blows my mind every time I talk to her what her findings are. So it's ever changing.
She's really into it. She's not just doing it for a job. She's actually into it.
She's a veterinarian, but she's also a researcher for a very large university, very, very large university. And she's really well known with the internal medicine doctors. In fact, our dog's internal medicine doctor knows who this person is. I thought it was pretty cool.
Turn your lights on.
Yeah, you gotta have your lights on, people. I don't know why you don't.
Black car on a black highway, no lights on.
That's crazy. Yeah, you're supposed to have them on in the rain.
Yeah, there's 2 cars going south, no lights on.
Jeez. I've noticed a lot of people not turning their lights on at dark. Like, I don't know
Well,
if they
a lot of people, I think, because they got these automatic lights anymore, and they think that they're all going to come on. Well, it's got to be certain darkness for them to come on. So
yeah,
sometimes you actually do have to turn them on manually.
yeah, very much. I've had to do that quite a bit lately, turn them on manually.
And sometimes you got your running lights, but it doesn't have no lights in the back end.
Right.
You know, your tail lights aren't on. So,
right.
and people don't understand, like in this truck, somebody passed me, like there's a car over on my left, don't have lights on. Our mirrors get wet and foggy looking, and it's hard to see when you're on, like, it's new, this is a new highway, asphalt, so they blend in when you look in your mirror.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
Yep, that one over in that left lane doesn't have a light on one.
This is awful of me, but there was a lot of people on the road that were not paying attention. They were on their cell phones when we went to Tennessee, and I don't know. I'm not a happy driver. Scott knows. He's been in the car with me. I get kind of maybe a little aggressive, and verbally, not driving, just verbally. And my mother said, "Man, Glenda, you sure are blessing everybody's little hearts today." And I said, "Yes, we're pouring the blessings on everybody. Stay in your lane." So you can pour blessings on people, that are not turning their lights on there, Randy. Bless them. Keeping it clean. But it was funny. My mind.
I have a lot of pet peeves on driving because I'm out here all the time. When somebody are doing something wrong, even if I'm riding around Shannon, if I see she's doing something wrong, I point it out to her. She gets so mad at me because I'm out here and I deal with the traffic every day.
Yeah.
And people are like in their own little worlds.
Yeah. Well, my thing is stay off the phone too. Like, I mean, we have hands free. We have hands free for a reason, but so keep your hands on the wheel and pay attention to the road. We had a guy I was passing him. This just happened coming home, and he wasn't paying attention, and he was on the phone, and he weaved into my lane, pushed me way over. We almost got hit pretty bad. And it's just as simple as put your phone down. Keep your hands on the wheel.
And here's another one. Car running up the road with his flashers on. Flashers are for emergencies.
Yeah.
They're going really slow. This car is running the speed limit roughly. So there's no need to have the flashers on.
No. Not unless they're having car problems.
Yep. Yeah, if they're having car problems, it's different. But just riding down the road with them on.
Not so much.
That's not their core.
Not so much. Agreed. And another one.
I try to promote driver safety out here.
Yeah.
If somebody's doing something wrong, I've made it a habit to hit my brakes in the front of them. I do a lot of dumb things. Put it that way, easier.
Well, it looks like it slowed down a little bit with the rain.
Yeah, it's eased up, but now the cars want to stop. There's one out here in the center lane. Speed limit is 65 through here, and we're doing 50.
Yeah, you got to be in that right lane if you're going to go below the speed limit.
Yeah, they drive like Scott, it looks like. They're not driving Fords like Josh. Listen here, no lights on, but it's going really slow. Just keeps hitting the brakes. See?
Yep.
Just keeps hitting the brakes.
Stay in your lane,
coming
dude.
over in my lane.
Yep. Stay in your lane.
Huh. I don't know what they're doing.
Probably on the phone. Put your phone down, please. I'll pass those blessings. Bless their heart. Put your phone down. No, I think this is easier on me to watch you drive than it is for me to actually drive. I'm a little calmer.
You can chew them all out for me. I can save my voice.
Blame me, right? Mrs. Doubtfare. Yep. Hello, little.
Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca, if you're going to stay or going to be on a while, if you would, go over to Grace and Fire. And we're working on her watch hours, so if you would. Looks like there's 5 in there right now, 9 total in the house, so you got most of them over on your side.
Thank you. Oh, I'm doing good. How about you? You said, how are y'all?
I'm not, yeah, I guess I am.
Are you speeding?
A little bit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're almost to North Carolina.
All right. Thank you so much for coming over.
Yep, thank you, Rebecca.
I'm going to admit something, Rebecca. I didn't know that was your name, so I'm going to write it down. I'm bad with names.
Or you can call her Shortfoot.
Short.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm on the short side myself.
She's another Texan.
Oh, okay.
Well, she's a transplant.
So where did you transplant from?
Her husband was actually in the military too.
Okay.
I believe it's Army, wasn't it, Rebecca? I think it's Army.
I feel like I've watched. Let's see here. I'm making sure I'm subscribed to this. Right. I feel like I am subscribed to your channel.
Colorado. I thought it was Denver or Colorado Springs or something. Yeah, it was Army. They was in the Army. I thought he was in the Army.
Well, I'm an Army brat and an Air Force spouse. Well, retired. So I know that life, moving around. But I'm horrible with names. I ain't gonna lie about that one. I'm horrible. See here, near Fort Carson, just south of the Springs. Okay. I've driven through there just because we were moving. I'm not in Texas. I'm in Indiana. My accent's all screwed up because of the military life, but I'm in Indiana.
She's in Indiana, but she's really close. She can spit into Kentucky.
Yeah. We're in Kentucky, Anna. Me too. Oh, yeah, good. I'm glad I'm amongst friends when it comes to forgetting names. I am just awful with it.
Now, hers is spelled different than Rebecca with a yarn. Rebecca with a yarn has got a K, and hers is REBCC, however.
REBECCA.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I know if you say Rebecca by yarn, use it that way there, she gets mad. Because hers is spelled with the K.
Oh, I misunderstood then. I'm originally from Ohio, about 5 minutes from Kentucky. Well, then probably in the same vicinity then. Um, yeah. Let's put it this way. I can make it to Fort Knox within an hour. I'll put it that way, where I'm at.
Yeah, she keeps her money in Fort Knox.
I do. Well, I make my pilgrimage to the commissary every so often, as I like to say. I just wish I could shop at a BX, not a PX. And
What's
for no
the difference of them? I've never been in.
not a darn tootin' thing. They're both
Wow.
APs. They're both the exchange. I think, the big difference was the Navy one. When we used to live in Japan, I couldn't find maternity clothes and I couldn't find an infant car seat. And we had to go to Yokosuka, which is the Navy base over there, to go find all that stuff. They had more than what we had, at least at the time. I hear that the exchange got bigger, which is good. But the Navy always had better quality, better variety back in the day. That would be the difference.
Been into a Navy exchange either. I've been to Fort Leavenworth a few times.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't much different than what we had when I was in the Air Force.
Okay. Yeah, the Army and the Air Force are the same. And I'm sure Space Force is now part of that, or will be part of that whenever that gets pulled away. We'll probably all be part of the same. Let's see here. I got soaked feeding my animals and cleaning the pens. Ooh.
No you weren't out there long enough.
At least it's done. I need to go out and check on my girls here a little bit.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean. Looks like he's going to miss the storm, but he's going through like heavy patches of rain.
I hope I can stay out of it, but I got to go up to Virginia after I drop this and also up in the mountains. So who knows what I'm going to run into up there. At least it's still kind of warm, 63.
I have one grandchild so far.
She has to share it with the other grandmother too, because it's the only one on that side.
Yeah. Yeah. Very spoiled little one. Very, very spoiled. But that's okay. I've taught her to go feed the chickens. And if I'm not careful and I say, you want to go feed the chickens, she'll run away from me as fast as she can to get to those girls. So I have to just get her shoes on, not tell her where we're going. And then get about halfway. You want to go feed the chickens?
Rebecca.
You can see.
Rebecca only needs
wow. Oh my gosh. Virginia has 3 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, 10 grandkids, I believe, Paula probably can correct me, and one great grandchild.
Aww. Well, my granddaughter is the first of each of the generations going. I mean, well, we have 5 generations alive right now on my family. And so she is the oldest for all of each of those generations. And then even going further back, all the way back to my great grandmother, she's the first to start the generations.
Has there ever been 6 generation? I know there's a lot of 5s. Has there ever been a 6th generation?
I'm sure there has been, you know, I'm sure there has, but far few and in between. I know that for my family, this is the first time that we've had 5 generations alive in any of the research. I do ancestry, but so in my family, this is the first time that we've had 5 generations alive at the same time.
When my daughter was born in 81, we had 5 generations on both sides at the same time.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Jamie said she's got 4 grandkids. And then Virginia had 3 grandchildren, 6 great grandchildren. $65 years. What an accomplishment, Virginia. Oh my goodness. Wow. I have pictures of 5 generations with my grandmother and 5 generations with my mom. Wow. Congratulations on 65 years. That is a celebration and a half.
Really?
That's amazing. Let's see here. Jamie says 17, 16, 12, and 2.
If Paul Harvey was alive still, you guys could be on Paul Harvey there when the Paul Harvey story had, when people would get up in their 60 years or whatever or more, every day he would announce the wedding anniversaries of people on his show.
Well, I'm announcing right now. I think we don't need him. We'll just announce it here. That is definitely worth something celebrating over. Yeah, that's like goals for Sir Grace and I. Seriously. That is, I mean, wow. That's a blessing. Sir Grace and I have been married for 28 years. We got a ways to go. We've been together since 1979. That's a long time too, and that's worth celebrating as well. That's amazing. I think, let's see here. Okay, hang on. My grandparents made it to 62 years when Grandpa graduated to heaven. And 62 is a long time as well.
Yeah, anything over 50 is a long time.
Yeah, very much so. My grandmother never dated anybody. She's still alive. Never remarried. That was her true love. So I know Grandpa's up there waiting on a bench, waiting for her in heaven. As I like to say. Hubby tells everyone who will listen, hey, I'm with hubby. I would be doing the same thing. Look how long I've been married for. 65. That should be your goal now, kiddo. I know I would be like them. That's awesome. Are you going to do a big celebration party for your 65th? Is there any plans? Maybe renew the vows? I'm just being nosy. Because I think a big old party should happen.
Should be. Yeah, it's a pretty big milestone.
Yeah. Do a big celebration.
Sean moved over to your side.
Oh, thank you.
He's talking about me now. I got to meet Sean and his wife here a while back. Pretty cool. I want to go back down. I'd run through there quite a bit, so take him out to supper one of these nights. Go down there.
Oh, that's awesome. I know Mom and I would love to meet up with you at some point when you come down through this area.
I was going to here a few weeks ago, but you had your medical. Your mom was talking about something going on, so I didn't want to call and bug you. I didn't know what was going on for sure, but I try to. I don't always, but I try to listen to what's going on with people's lives.
Sure.
So when I'm in somebody's area, if I get a chance to call them or talk to them, but I do respect their time too.
Well, I appreciate that. I had
other than Ann Dale. Now, if Ann Dale's home, I'm going to go by her place. Not even tell her, but she leaves the town when I come by her.
Oh. Yeah,
I told her I was coming to North Carolina last month, or a couple weeks ago, and she had a trip to go to Florida, so I give her a heck about it. I need to move over cars.
Well, we had a family emergency, and not somebody that's on YouTube, so I'm not going to share too much about it, but it was medical, and since I am a caregiver and kind of invested in that medical side of things, I had to go advocate, which is what was going on. And this person's going to be okay, but has a road ahead of them.
That's good.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I've been trying to see Terry. Terry lives like 50 miles from me, and every time I come through there, something happens. One time I was going to see him. His aunt had to go in the hospital, so I missed him. And the other morning I was coming down, I was going to stop and see him, and Shannon's electrical messed up on the shop, and so I had to hurry up and get home. And it seems like something happens every time I go through Terry's area.
Oh my goodness.
I guess I need to stop going through that area because something happens.
Or make them come see you in a different area.
Yeah.
Let's see. Virginia said her husband's not in good health and just wants to celebrate quietly. She agrees. He was never in the hospital until 2 years ago, but the last 2 years have been good. I'm just happy still.
The roads are wet.
Yeah, I hear that one. It's I can't say I've been in those exact shoes, but Sir Grace is a wounded warrior, and I always say I'm just happy to have him. Virginia said, Randy, where in Virginia are you headed? My dad and mom were born in Virginia.
I'm going to be up by something Glenn's. Let me look here real quick. Blade Springs. And so they're off of 81, almost Bristol, Tennessee. I'll be on 81, way south of Roanoke. Get away from this car.
I looked down. I'm not going to lie. What did I miss?
There was a car we had to get on 85 North, and he decided he was in the wrong lane and just cut me off. And it's
Oh my
wet.
goodness.
My brakes are wet. I almost rear-ended him.
Sheesh.
Not paying attention at all. Yeah, I'm gonna be really south of Roanoke. You know where 77 goes north there to 81. I'm gonna be south of it. I used to go to Roanoke quite a bit, and they tore down the TA truck stop there.
I don't know. Can you hear that sound in the background? Do you hear anything on my end?
Uh-uh.
Okay. I hear Sir Grace's waves. And it's going.
No, my wipers are so loud I don't hear anything.
No, okay. Have a great day, Sean. People don't realize how long it takes for a big rig to stop on a dry road alone.
No.
Let alone a slippery wet one. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, our brakes. Now some new trucks have got disc brakes, so it doesn't. They're faster at stopping. But I have drum brakes all the way around on this truck, and when they're wet, it takes a few minutes for them to dry off to grab. That's why you watch. I leave a whole lot longer distance following people because I know that, and I leave a little bit of room. Then they think, oh, there's an opening. I'll cut in there.
You know, whenever I was doing driver's ed years ago, because I actually did it in my high school, we actually had like part of our lesson was on trucks, semi trucks, and that very topic about how long it takes for a semi to slow down and make sure you're always giving them space, and also the car too, how long it takes it to slow down too, for
Yep.
different speeds and different increments of weather. But I remember actually, if them talking about that with semis, and it makes me wonder if they need to bring that back, into.
I think there ought to be something in there when you do get your license, teaching people a little bit about it, because some people don't understand how the physics are on, different vehicles.
Yeah, very much so. If I'm not mistaken, Indiana, I want to say that they made it a law, or that was just heavily encouraged, but I think there's a law that if you're in the roundabout, you have to stay behind the semi. You can't be like right up against it, because of like getting through a roundabout is
Right.
even hard on a semi.
I don't like roundabouts. They don't make them for trucks. And they leave openings like when you're trying to cut the corner around a roundabout. Like you're saying there, cars will cut in there, not realizing that that trailer is going to come over in that lane. We can't just stay in the lane. We take all of it when we go around one.
Very much so.
I understand why they did it, because of stop signs, people running the stop signs. But I see a lot of wrecks in the roundabouts where people are trying to switch lanes. They don't understand which one to be in to go all the way around it, and all of a sudden change lanes.
Very much so. We have one that's even more confusing. It's kind of like a big, like if you could make a circle and stretch it out into a great big old oval. That's our roundabout that we've got. And they made it bigger because of the trucks. But we've seen a lot of cars cut off the trucks and cause a lot of accidents because of that. And they don't know what lane the car's supposed to be in, and the truck is just trying to get through.
Yep.
And really, I think if people would just slow down and give space where space is needed,
But
a
they're
lot safer.
afraid the truck is going to hold them up. So they want to get in front of it.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. Just a little patience. See here, she gets upset when someone passes, cuts you off, and immediately zooms off the exit. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Virginia.
Yeah, you'll see them come out here and there's 5 lanes here or 6. They'll be in that left lane and all of a sudden cut across every lane.
Yeah.
Get off and exit.
That's when I start blessing people. As my mother puts it, you're blessing people. We were
I'd like to have a neon sign on the truck that would have different sayings. You know, when you're blessing them, light it up some other words. Just flip a switch to a different. It had a couple different sayings on it.
Right now, this is your blessing. Hitting the switch.
There's a couple of sports cars, no lights on, racing.
Gee.
I don't know if you heard them go by, but.
Geez. I think we were in Gainesville, Florida, and saw a Volkswagen under a big truck. Yeah. It's crazy what people are doing just because they're in a hurry. I've seen that with trucks, and I've seen it with school buses too.
Yeah. We talked about school buses yesterday. How many times you see somebody passing a school bus that's got the lights on?
Oh, you talk about angering me. That's like fire running up through me when I see them. You don't know where the little ones are at. You could kill a little one if you're not careful. Oh my gosh, now that's fire and rage coming up through me when people do that.
Yeah, Shannon used to be a bus driver. Actually, was in charge of the bus barn for a while, and she had a school teacher pass her one day. She had her sign out, lights on, and she turned her in, and the teacher said, "Well, I had to hurry. I had to get to work. I was running late." That's no excuse.
That is zero excuse. You're a teacher. Yeah. You're supposed to be the example.
Yeah.
You should have left a couple of minutes earlier.
One of my pet peeves for trucks is it's the same way the gas pumps that are, like you guys all go to Buc-ee's. Their gas pumps are big and humongous, right?
Yeah.
Well, in the truck stops, we got, big old islands. And people will drive through them, not even slow down, going through the parking lot. And I was actually in Ohio, Girard, Ohio. It's been probably 10 years ago. This old couple was walking past their truck, walking through the fuel island, and a guy ran over and killed both of them.
Oh my gosh.
And I still can see that. And so that's one of my pet peeves, is people driving through the gas pumps really fast. They're like in the cars, there's kids always getting out of a car, going inside, and these people are zipping around the gas pumps. And I call people out on it. I go, you ever seen anybody hit? No. Well, I go, you're about ready to hit somebody. I go, you didn't even slow down or stop. I go, most people pull up to a gas pump, they're going to stop. You just came right on through it. I go, especially in the summertime, a lot of us take our kids with us and ride, so they get out of the truck and walk around the truck, and you can't stop quick enough. No. I never thought of it. I go, yeah, I know you didn't. But yeah, when you see somebody get hit, they surely finally pogoed me back. I pogoed Shirley last night, and she just now Marco Poloed me.
Aww.
Shirley, I'm live. I can't answer you right now. Maybe she'll look and see we're live.
Yeah, hopefully she'll pop in.
I was checking to see how her first day when she had her first day on the job yesterday.
Where's she working at?
She's the postal carrier now.
Oh my goodness, how cool.
Yep, she went down to the Gulfport area, was down there all week for training, and she had to report to work yesterday morning for her first day.
Oh, wow. Good for her. Is she going to working in the building or is she delivering?
No, delivering. You missed it while we was live yesterday when you was gone. I was going through a little town down there in Georgia, and they widened the road, so I understand why they did it. But they put the mailboxes on the other side of the sidewalk. The postal carrier was driving down the sidewalk delivering mail. You could see the path, and we actually seen the vehicle. If you watched yesterday's video, there was a postal carrier driving down the sidewalk delivering the mail.
Oh my gosh. I have to go back and look. That's crazy.
It was towards the end of yesterday's live, about in the last hour. Yeah, I looked, I go, why is this car on the sidewalk? And it had a flashing light on it. I thought she's watching it, and it stopped at the mailbox. And I got to looking, both sides of the road, they had widened the road, but they put the mailboxes so the postal carrier wasn't on the 4-lane road. Hi, Lane.
Hi, Lane.
This is not a test. This is not a test. This is real.
Wow, that's crazy that they did that.
I watch somebody does some nice crafting work. She does.
Oh.
She lives in California.
Okay. What kind of crafting does she do? Or what kind of crafting do you do?
She was making snowmen and Christmas trees and wood and glue and she needs to glue that little dog's mouth shut though. She got a little bitty dog, had it in a bassinet by her yesterday. The thing wanted to be in her lap. It's a lap dog. I don't know what kind of dog it is. Cute little bitty thing.
I'm gonna all kinds, Glenda. Okay. I love crafting. It's a lot of fun. I don't get to do it as much as I'd like to, but right now I'm working. I know my daughter isn't even watching this, but I am making her a blanket for Christmas. I'm crocheting it.
Yeah, Lane, that little dog was a pain yesterday on you. You couldn't get nothing done. It was almost bad as your sister. She goes live about every afternoon, and her sister sits there and reads a chat to her while she's crafting.
Oh, how nice. Okay, I'm looking at your video from yesterday. I think I'm about where you would be at for a post office going down a...
It's a new road when I'm driving. It's a 4-lane street.
It's a 4-laner? Okay.
Yeah, it looks brand new. I mean, it ain't been open very long. There ain't even hardly any tire marks.
Okay. I see you at a traffic light where I'm looking at. Speed it up a little bit.
I used to crochet, Virginia. I grew up on a farm. Get snowed in. My mom taught me and my brother how to crochet. My sisters couldn't crochet, but us boys, we'd sit there and crochet with our mom. I can do stitches, chains, make pot holders and afghans. I couldn't do anything fancy, but I could tie knots. Now my mom used little thread. What is that? I can't. That's crocheting. I could knit. No. What's the ones that got the little bitty string? My mom made me a big old blanket.
I
Got
know.
roses on it.
I know what it is, but I can't remember.
It takes a little needle, and it took her like 10 years to make a blanket for me.
Oh my gosh, 10
It's
years.
like, it's like your doilies that you put on your coffee table or something.
Yeah, I know.
That little bitty string. And she made a full size bed out of different squares. There's blue roses, and then there's a blank every other pattern. And she was offered $10,000 for it when she was alive.
Oh my gosh.
It won first place in a lot of state fairs.
Wow. I'm actually going to go grab my blanket. I'll be right back.
It's relaxing sitting around doing that.
It is.
The other's knitting. Yeah, I'll have to dig it out one of these days and show you that Shannon's got it packed away in a sealed bag. Oh, she's calling on the other phone. I'll be right back.
I heard Randy was going to be right back, but I'm back upstairs. Tatting. That's what it's called, tatting. You know, that is such a beautiful craft. I've seen that done. Absolutely gorgeous. There's not very many people who do that anymore. And it's sad. I'd like to see that brought back. I went to a state park, and they had like an expo, and one of the ladies was tatting. Just beautiful, beautiful work. Thank you so much, Jamie. Yeah, I just went downstairs to go grab the blanket that I'm working on for my daughter.
Shannon might be up in a minute. She's in the house, though, but she gave us the update. She said one of them, I don't know, I'm going to mess up. They're both weigh about 8 pounds, I think. But another goat is getting ready to have her baby, so.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
She might be up in a minute and give you guys an update.
Oh, I'd love to see him. Hopefully she'll come on with the live so we can see.
And she did yesterday when you was gone.
I missed it.
Yeah, go back to after you got off. Shannon came on and she showed the 2 babies that was born yesterday.
Okay, I gotta play catch up.
Go back way further, right, not too long after you got off yesterday.
Okay.
Shannon come up. She called me because I had your name on the deal, having everybody come over to your channel. She goes, I can't come up. You don't have the link dropped.
Oh no.
So she called me and I had to turn the link back on.
Oh my. I'm gonna go back. I not gonna lie, I crawled right in bed and took a nap. I was so tired. I never take a nap.
I kept telling everybody, I go, well, she said she might come back. Maybe she is. I go, I know she was doing stuff. And she went and ate lunch.
And then I crawled into bed and went to sleep. I have just been running around like with my head completely cut off. Everything is okay. Just, sometimes your body wears down. And I had taken a nap in maybe about a year. And it was like nap time.
Yeah, the
My
boy weighed yesterday 10 pounds and the girl weighed 7 3/4 pounds. And yeah, it's all on the video there yesterday. The little girl was a pig. She was eating. It took her about 30 minutes to eat.
oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to go back. Timing my auto check is changing words. I have pillowcases and doilies that she did. It is an art of, let's see here, timing. Yep, tying knots that turn into intricate, delicate work. Yeah, it is absolutely. We were talking about padding. That's the art, the craft. It's beautiful. I have several pieces that I've bought from thrift stores. You know, a lot of families don't hold on to that, like the younger generation. I find it in thrift stores all the time, and I'm the one that'll buy them up. I've got several pieces around my house that somebody's grandma made, and they're just beautiful. But a lot of people would put like those little doilies on the back of the chairs and
Yep.
and whatnot. And then I know my favorite one. I have like an old. It's called a Martha Washington sewing cabinet. I picked it up at a antique store, really, 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 really cheap, like very, very cheap. And so I put one. I think it's supposed to be for like a chair, one of the pieces. But I put it on my table, and it is absolutely beautiful on it. So I love that kind of stuff too. The only kind of knot I can make is on my shoes. That's funny. I have 2 Eagle Scouts, and they know how to make knots. They did that in the Boy Scouts, and I can't figure out half those knots. Doesn't take much to confuse their mother when it comes to knots.
I wasn't very good at the knotting part of it either.
Yeah, no. My boys are really, really good at all that. Even their dad is too. Here, I'm gonna turn the camera on. I'll show you the blanket so far. It's not. But I'll turn it back off because I'm looking down, not looking up.
Oh, it's gonna be pretty.
Oh, I get better lighting. There. So there's the blanket I'm working on right now for her.
It's gonna be warm too.
I think so. I think so.
How many skeins have you got in it already?
Well, I'm working. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm working on number 7. It's going to be really soft. So yeah, I've got a ways. I'll leave the camera on, but I got a ways to go. So I figure if I can get a skein done every day, it'll be done long before Christmas. But I just realized I've got to get it done by, I've got 2 weeks left. I did my math. Yeah, so I got to keep working on it. I've been taking it everywhere with me. And
you're going to have to cut down on your naps.
Right? My one that I hadn't taken in about a year. And here I am. I
see, guys, how boring I am? I come in and let her co-stream for me, and she just admits she goes and takes a nap. See how boring I am? I told you guys I'm boring.
I never said you were boring.
She admitted it even right here on live video. Now, she was watching Scott and laid down with her phone in her hand. But she was live with me and took a nap. Uh-huh.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, well, I mean, I also was driving the day before, and here you are driving, and so, yeah, the driving might be making me tired. I really had been like, I mean, my mom was even trying to connect that I had been the chauffeur for the vacation. I'm like, man, I need a vacation from my vacation.
Yeah, she was saying that you do all the driving
I do.
when
I
your
do.
guys' phones was going in and out.
Yeah, I do. Well, she had just had surgery, so she was healing from that, and it was in her hands. So it's hard to hold
Oh,
under the steering wheel, but she's recovering just fine. It's just kind of one of those things. And my sister went on the trip, and she doesn't do highway driving at all. And then Sir Grace, I mean, he offered, he said, as long as I can use my guide stick out the window. And I
I
said,
don't know who it was, but somebody had a dog, like Sir Grace does have a dog,
uh-huh.
and they got pulled over by an officer, and they kept looking straight ahead, didn't
That
move
was
their
my
head side to
father-in-law.
side.
My
That's who it
father-in-law.
was. That's
That
who. Yeah, I thought it was you. You said the story, and
yes.
that's a funny story.
Well, it was my father-in-law. So he had a miniature poodle, and he was in New York State. You cannot have your dogs in the front seat in your lap. It's against the law. And this officer saw him with his little dog in his lap in the front seat, and he pulled him over, kept his head straight, didn't make eye contact with the officer. And the dog is sitting in the lap, and he just reached up and he hit the thing, and it went down, the window, kept his head straight. And she said, you know why I'm pulling you over? And he said, yes, ma'am, but she's my seeing eye dog. And that officer died laughing. That's how you get out of a ticket. Little humor.
Yeah. Yep.
So that little diabetic blind dog was his seeing eye dog. That's what's even funnier. Before she passed.
It's, a lot of cops are pretty. They're human too. You
Yeah,
know,
very
it's
much
like
so.
I got stopped in Knoxville here a while back,
Uh-huh.
and there was an officer in a plain white wrapper car. It's unmarked, and he speeded up. He's going to cut me off. Well, I speeded up where he couldn't cut me off, made the distance. And he got behind me and he went over the left lane, and I was speeding a little bit through Knoxville, and he
Yeah.
pulled me over, and he goes, "You know what you're doing?" I go, "Yeah, I was speeding." I go, "But you was getting ready to cut me off." He got inside the truck on the passenger side, and I go, "I was trying to stop because I get cut off through here all the time." And he actually was a captain, and we got to talking. He goes, "I was in the wrong, wasn't I?" And I go, "Well, I thought so." And he goes, "Well, two wrongs don't make a right." He goes, "But both of us, let's learn from our mistakes and have a good day." And he was really nice about it. He said, "Now, after this, when you come through, we're trying to get everybody to slow down through here and act right." He goes, "We don't want to stop the trucks. We're trying to get the cars." But he was really nice about it. So he said, "If you wouldn't mind, tell everybody on the radio, to slow down. We're not bothering you guys.
Yeah.
We're trying to catch these guys." And he's really nice about it. But he knew he was wrong because I called him out on it, and he let me go.
Well, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, a lot of them have a really good sense of humor too. My husband went up to a friend of ours, an Indiana State cop, and he told him, he said, I want to become an officer, and then our friend's name, and our friend really at first didn't know how to take it. Like, is my husband really being serious? Because my husband puts a poker face on, and he's good. And so anyhow, finally he realized that he was joking, and he busted laughing, and he goes, half of Indiana State cops are blind anyhow. Why don't you just join us? So
Shannon's friend, she deals with goats and stuff. Her husband was a truck driver for oh, I call Buster Brown Brown trucks anyway, and he drove
yeah.
over the road. But he actually just went to school this summer to be a highway patrolman. He was a truck
Nice.
driver for years, but he's in his 40s and he just graduated to be a highway patrolman. I got out
Yeah.
of service. I went through and took all the tests to be a highway patrolman and passed
Yeah.
everything. Was getting ready to go to do my physical, and I went to the do my UPS, yeah. And I went to do my physical in Kansas City, and you got to strip down like you do in the military. And they go, "How'd
Right.
you get this far?" And I go, "What do you mean? I passed everything." Well, you got tattoos below short sleeve level. You can't be an officer unless you have them removed.
Um,
But it was in wintertime, and I had a coat or a long sleeve on the whole time I was doing everything.
wow. It's interesting, kind of with that military, you can have more tattoos now.
Yep.
But back in the day, it had to be all, hidden.
I got all mine while I was in the sun. I got shooting on my chest. I got that afterwards, and another one. But the others were done
Right.
when I was. Some of it was done when I was in the Philippines with bamboo and wire.
Hmm.
Shannon, are you done
Yeah, I
getting your
don't.
face yet? Or come up and give us an update?
Yeah, I want to see the baby goats.
She ain't gonna be able to see it. She's in the house right now.
Oh, okay.
She just come
Never
in to
mind.
warm up.
Yeah.
Well, she can probably show on her phone the video I sent her.
Yeah.
She can hold it up to the screen.
Highway Patrol here still has the same roles as Randy right out. Yeah, I know nothing about the patrol, like as far as their roles are concerned. I just know the military's changed theirs because they used to, say you can't have any scene, and then now I know that like it can go a little bit further down, like in the sleeve department. I don't know how far down, but now you can't have any on your face, of course. But
Oh,
I
you're
think
cooking your lunch.
like the sleeves type thing. I think if you have them, they're not going to knock
Now they
you.
never said a word about my tattoos, but they did get mad when I had my ear pierced.
Oh yeah, I
I went
remember.
home on leave, and my ex-wife and my sister-in-law was here to get their ears pierced. I go, "Oh, it ain't bad," so I said, "I'll do it." So I jumped up first, and when I come back from leave, I didn't wear an earring. I had a piece of a broom straw in it, and they frowned about that. But they never said a word about my tattoos.
Yeah, Sir Grace had his pierced before joining, and then he took it out and let it heal. So
Yeah,
they
mine's
never
grown in now too.
Yeah. My time in getting touted was considered destruction of government property, and they could bring you up on NJP charges. They usually didn't, but they could. Yeah. Yep. Destruction of the government body. Thank you. I've got my left ear pierced.
I got a Article 15 for destruction of government property once. When I first went to the Philippines, it's really hot over there, and we was staying in a motel when we first got there, and we went to the pool, and I got sunburned. My shoulders got sunburned real bad, my face, and I got rode up because I got sunburned.
Yeah, they used to do that. I remember those days.
Yep.
Yep. You're supposed to wear sunscreen and get out of the sun.
Yeah. I didn't think about it being that hot, but it did. It burnt me.
Yeah.
I had blisters on my shoulders.
Yeah, I remember them making big deals about the sun. Gosh, now though, I mean, they send you off to some remote places and you have to be in the sun, and then years later it could turn into skin cancer, which is a whole nother thing. I don't know. Life happens.
Yep.
I'm safe, no tattoos.
Yeah, she don't have any yet. She wants one on her ankle.
Oh, I've got one, is just one, and it's on my ankle. I did it years and years and years ago. It's a tribute to Sir Grace.
Hers is going to be a tribute to something else, a tragedy. She designed it herself.
Oh.
My son-in-law actually is a tattoo artist now, and he's actually very good at it.
Oh gosh, you got a connection.
We just don't talk to him.
Oh. Oh, then if I would use that connection if you're not talking.
No.
Oh,
we get along with him. We just don't get along with his wife, which is my daughter.
Hang on just a second. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I got Shannon's name on my chest. I always tell her she's a pain on my chest.
See, happened to me while on and off. Okay. Yep. Sergeant of mine threatened to write me up for NJP if I couldn't continue on with the hump we were on. I cinched the straps and my pack down and kept going.
I got one tattoo on my other chest I shouldn't have done. It was an aggravation in a way, but it wasn't. My cousin was mean to his wife. He would beat her, and she'd always come and talk to me. And I told him because he didn't like it because I had tattoos. And I told him I'm going to put her name on my chest. And I went down to Mississippi, and I was there at a tattoo shop one day, so I had her name put on my chest and come home, and I always went around in the summer without a shirt on. And oh, it used to irritate the heck out of him. It's crossed out now, but yeah, it made him really mad. He said he wanted to take an ice pick and pick at it.
Jeez.
But he used to beat her.
Oh, that's
really bad.
That's awful. Did he get in trouble? Did he ever get caught?
No, he never did get in trouble. She ended up finally leaving him and married this other guy that he's in like a coma now, but she wouldn't leave him. Everybody kept trying to tell her to leave, but she said, well, I ain't got no place to go, and she would just stay there and take it.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. Sarah didn't make a sound. That sergeant's eyes went huge, and I did that as they were second-degree burns. He found out I was tougher than he was. My goodness. My.
I've had about enough of this rain.
Yeah. I think we're kind of dreary looking outside too. Looking out the window. I haven't been outside yet. I peeked out the window to look at my girls when I went and grabbed my blanket. And two of my littles are up on top of a rabbit hutch that I put in their run to train them to be outside. And they're both asleep on top of that rabbit hutch. It's pretty funny. My daughter died at first, so I'm gonna have her name done in children's block. Oh, I'm so sorry about your daughter, but I think that's such a beautiful way, a beautiful tribute, to honor her.
Yep. It is.
Jamie, don't say that because I might fall asleep right here on the live too. I fell asleep yesterday. That's funny.
It just drains you.
It does. Well, I think driving drains me.
I was thinking about driving on up to Virginia today, but I think I'm going to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because I got a bobtail up there. It's like 200 miles. And I think I'll find a dry spot to spark after I drop this one.
Yeah.
Because there's possibility of snow up there in the mountain.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right there, as you go up 77, it gets like it's foggy here. You won't be able to see up there if it's like this up there. It gets so foggy. They close the road sometimes.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I think I'd take it easy too.
Oh, Jamie's poking you, trying to keep you awake.
I promise I'm not asleep right now. I am looking down, but I'm looking at what I can't look up because of the stitch. I can crochet without having to look at my piece as I'm working on it. But this particular one, I got to pay attention to.
My mom was good at that crocheting and stuff like that. She could carry on a conversation, smoke a cigarette, and not miss a stitch.
A lot of women are that way. My grandmother was that way. She's actually the one that taught me to crochet with my grandmother. My mom can crochet like that.
Yeah, and watch TV. Yeah, my mom would sit there, be talking to somebody, smoking a cigarette, and watching TV, and her hands are just going 90 mile an hour. She used to make like crochet cowboy hats, and we'd sell them at a truck stop.
Oh my gosh, how stinking cute is that?
Yeah, they're really cute little hats. And at Easter, she would get them your eggs and plastic eggs and make Easter bunnies crocheted. She used to make my mom made more crafts, crocheting. And she made like when people if she was still around, I would get one of the pillows and take and send it to Virginia. When people got married, she would take it's out of fabric, as a hard pillow, but then she would take a small string and make like a doily around it.
Yeah.
And it was made to carry the ring pillow or whatever it's called.
Yeah, for the ring bearer. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And she would make them for everybody and stuff. I don't think we have one around anymore. I'd send it to Virginia. Shannon, you just got in here. Virginia is getting ready to celebrate 65 years of marriage.
Which is crazy. Awesome.
Don't plan on it, Shannon. I'm not going to be around that long.
Now, how long have the two of you been married?
I'm going to mess up. 21, I think.
Is it 21?
I think so.
So you guys can legally drink now?
Yep.
That's what we said. 50 years. Is that how it feels, or is that a goal? Or
yeah, it feels that way.
50 years.
They made a movie about a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Let's see.
Yeah, Shannon, grab that pillow and show Virginia there, if you don't mind, when you come up. They are very pretty pillows. I told him about the blanket Mom made. I know you can't dig it out. It's buried.
Well, my daughter asked for homemade items for Christmas.
I like that. I used to do that.
Did ya?
Yep. No store-bought. It had to be something somebody made.
Well, she asked for some store-bought too, and she got some. So I know she's not watching this. So I'll tell you, I bought her a green stock for when they had them on sale. So she is getting one of those. The girl has to have her hands in the dirt, just like her mama in the summertime. So where she's moving to, she won't be able to have a raised bed or anything. And I thought, well, this will be good because then that'll fill that need to garden. I mean, I'm so proud of this kid. She's into canning. She's learning how to do it and preserving for her and her family. And gardening is a huge thing. So I didn't mind buying that green stock when they had them on sale. I'm like, girl, you getting one of these because I know my baby girl. But then the rest of it was pretty much like homemade is what she wanted. She values that the most. Well, I don't mind doing this for her. I just hope I can get it done in time for Christmas. Like, I should have started this earlier. So I went ahead, and I know that my other two are going to be asking for homemade for next year. And I went ahead and I bought the yarn so I could get started on it. Like, after I get this one done, I'll get started onto it. And then next year for Christmas, they'll get one. I'll have it all done. Plan now and get ready for next year. I made my granddaughter a blanket, and she drags that thing around when she comes over here. But so many people made her blankets at her baby shower, which I think is awesome. It's totally awesome. So we left the one I made her at my house, so she'd have one here. Let's see here. I was getting ready to start hydroponics. One was sent to me to review. Oh, I love hydroponics. I have two, and I need to get both of mine up and going. I've had them for a few years now. They have LED lights. I won one off of a live last year, and then the other two, I forgot about the other one. I've gotten as Christmas presents. I gotta get them all going. And then I have one that's for sprouts. It's like just a little flat thing with a LED light, and I got that for a birthday or Christmas. I can't remember. But I got to get them going. I grow, what is it, Tiny Tom's or Tiny Tim tomatoes from Baker Creek. Is it Tiny Tom's? I can't remember what it is, but they're like the little plants, but then you have cherry tomatoes on them.
Oh.
Question, do you use regular seeds in hydroponics? Yeah. Now, when it comes to tomatoes and bell peppers, I mean, you can totally do it. I'm not saying you can't, but keep in mind that they'll take up a lot of space. I think it's Tiny Tom's. Let me just look it up because that's driving me insane. I don't want to tell you incorrectly. Baker Creek.
Chris and Larry, she does a lot of that. She actually got one about the size of a Christmas tree. Then she got two smaller ones she got going on right now.
Oh, wow. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a great big stand-up one that you got too that sits on coffee table.
That's what I have one that's been on coffee table, but I'm actually going to keep them in my office because I don't like the light coming on and off all the time. So I'm going to leave them up here on like a baker's shelf.
Yeah.
Okay, blue and cherry green. I think they're under the cherry. There's orange hat tomatoes. Let me show you. So they're part of the same one, but then there's the tiny something. Let's see here. So the plants are little. There. The plants are little, but you get full-size fruit. That will work in a hydroponic system really well. And that's an orange hat. But the other one, I want to say like Tiny Tom. And of course, they don't have it in stock right now. I'm sorry, they don't have it in stock, but what they do have is the orange hat. So I would look into that. And then you can also do lettuces in there and herbs. You can do flowers in there. Sky's the limit, but just keep in mind, the size of your plant. That's the only thing. You might
one that Chris has got. She's got it where she can put bigger plants at the bottom and smaller plants at the top. Other one looks like a tree.
Oh, wow. That's nice. I wonder if, let's see. Let me pull this one. This is the one that I won off of Alive. It's my smallest one, but it literally, of course, I can't do it like that. Okay, there we go. So literally, the thing goes up and down, and then the little pods go in there, and then it's the LED light. So I've got to get these going. I had it last
That
year.
one you could set it on your counter and have herbs growing out of it and get fresh herbs.
I did lemon balm last year in this one, but I won it. It's my smallest one. It's got the little, the little aerator, and then there's the cord. But then there's like a little filter. I always clean these really good when I get done. Little filter, it goes in there. Little pump cover.
Does it take special water? You have to put anything in the water itself?
I mean, I used Miracle-Gro liquid fertilizer in it. Last year, I didn't have any for any of them, and I used Escoma's liquid fertilizer. And I diluted it like quite a bit, so just a little bit, a long way. You don't want to over fertilize, but just a little bit. And yeah, so I got to get in fact, I'm gonna just leave it right here, so that way I'll get that going here this afternoon. But yeah, I did lemon balm in that one. I did tomatoes in the other one. I've done all kinds of things through the years. I mean, I say try it, and if it doesn't work for you, do something different. That's kind of my approach to gardening in general. Don't ever let somebody say don't do it, because it might work for you and you might have success. Not everybody's setup is the same.
Gary at Butler Family Farm does it, but they have problems with the temperatures in different places in their house and stuff. So that I don't know anything about it. I just listen to a lot of people that have them, so I pay attention to that. But I guess that's one of the big deals, watching the humidity and stuff around you where you're at.
I don't know that. I mean, I don't have a problem with any of that. I just grow them in the house, and the only problems that I've ever had, I had white flies with something, and I don't remember what I was growing now, but it didn't discourage me. I'm still going at it. I've had a lot of, like in gardening, just in general, like doing it outside, a lot of people in my area threw a fit when I started my tomato seeds inside the house 2 months before it was to go out. They were like, oh my gosh, you're starting it too early. You should never start your tomato seeds, 2 months in advance. You should start them 4 weeks in advance and blah, blah, blah. And I'll tell you what, I was getting tomatoes before they were. So I say, try it. If it doesn't work for you, adjust it, move on. What's it gonna hurt?
Yeah.
What's it gonna hurt?
It's not involving them doing the work.
No. And it's about you learning and growing and producing something for you and your family. See, I read to soak my seeds 6 to 12 hours to help them out. I haven't done that, but you can.
I love tomatoes. Shannon grew some tomatoes this year, and they tasted awful. I don't know what kind it was. I forget what they were, but man, we didn't eat any of them after we tried them. They grew. They looked nice, but They tasted bad.
I
love
grew,
tomatoes.
what is it? Brad's Atomic tomatoes. I grew those when they first came out through Baker Creek. Never again. My chickens wouldn't even touch them. They were awful. We're starting ours in March inside this year. What zone are you, Jamie? I'm curious. I'm now. Are you
7A or B, I think.
okay? Okay.
He lives in
Well,
Maryland, right?
Maryland.
No, close to Pennsylvania, by the coast.
Okay.
They would talk to it. Yeah, 7A. I was right.
7A. We used to be 6B. We just got moved up.
See, I pay attention.
You do. You do. Yeah, we used to be 6B.
A lot of people would talk about it. The reason I know, they said that a lot of places have changed. I don't know what that is, but I talked to Michael at MB Heritage and different ones, and they talk about the different zones. And I guess a lot of them changed this year.
Yeah, it has to do with the freeze, like the low temperature, your freeze, and also when your first frost is.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the gifts on our giveaway is the Farmer's Almanac. So
Oh.
it's like a calendar one though. It's an almanac, but it's a calendar.
Oh, that's so cool.
And a snow gauge. And there's something else.
Wow.
We got shirts, cups, and I'm going to have some Visa cards. Maybe we can do it next Friday.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Well, when you get ready to do your giveaway, let me know. I'll donate something to it.
It's going to probably be next Friday, maybe.
Okay. Well, let me know. I'll donate.
I get home in time.
Okay. Okay. Randy is like an elephant. He never forgets.
Yeah. I'm not just a good pretty face. I remember.
We need a rain gauge. Yeah, I need one of those too.
You're right, Biggie, when I want to listen.
I have selective hearing. I'm just teasing. I try. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Sir Grace will come up to me. I'll be watching the live and he'll start talking.
Hi, Christine. Christine just came in.
Christine! Chilling with the Gillums. See, he's got his going. He's dancing. We're dancing. Now, if Johnny comes in, we got to look for cows. Start counting them. We were going through horse country, going down to Tennessee and through Kentucky, and I didn't see any horses, but by golly, I saw these cows. I'm like, what is going on? Have they been watching Gillum Family Farm? I mean, you know, they're switching their horses to cows so we can all start counting. Thank you, Christine. You're awesome. My mom dies laughing when I start counting cows, but I haven't quite got the driving and the dancing thing yet. I haven't quite figured that out. I need both hands to drive, though. We need to come up with the driver's version of that dance. Driver's friendly version.
Yeah.
I'm
not going to say, but there might have been a few cows counted in this truck too since Johnny started doing that.
I just start counting randomly, and Sir Grace can't see him. He goes, "Oh, there must be cows." Most people do, even writing it out in there. Writing it out and type. Yeah, and leave other parts and get it wrong. Yeah. Oh, Christine is getting a surprise from Amazon. How nice.
Oh, Shannon's Christmas present got delivered yesterday. If she don't want it, I might give it away too. I know you girls would want it.
Aw. Are you guys going to celebrate Christmas early?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I might be on the road, but we're not going to do it early.
Oh, okay.
Because she took this week off, so she'll probably have to work Christmas Eve or Christmas night.
Mm. So, Christine, you just joined. So I'm working. The reason I'm looking down is because I'm working on a blanket for my daughter for Christmas. That's why I'm looking down. Just wiggle while you drive. Chilling.
Maybe that's what all them people, Linda, were talking about that's wiggling around on the road. They've been watching Christine.
That's it. And
they're not just texting or driving. They've been watching Christine. They're just wiggling around.
Wiggling around as they're driving. Oh, there's
Johnny's
Johnny. Johnny, we are at the movies waiting on it to start. What movie are you going to see? I know you wanted to go see a movie the other day. I saw Johnny say something about going to see a movie. I can't remember the last time you went to see
going
one.
Too fast for me with the rain. Godzilla? Is that what it is?
Godzilla. Uh-huh. I am probably the worst person when it comes to movies. I have no idea what's out there.
Godzilla is not a Christmas movie.
No. They're seeing Godzilla. Okay. I want to see the one with Duck Dynasty. Like, that's on my radar. Phil Robertson. I'm saying it right.
Got a movie coming out?
Yeah, about their life. I guess it talks, a little bit. Isn't it about how he got saved? I think it is. I'm a diehard Godzilla fan. Girl, you would have loved living in Japan back in the day. That was a thing when I lived over there. It's the newest one. Okay. I'm trying to think what town we were in. It's on the outskirts of Tokyo, and when we were there, they had a big Godzilla on the side of a building. I want to see The Blind. Yes, The Blind, but I'll watch it from home. Okay. That's the name of the one. It's on my radar at some point as well. And I'll probably watch it at home myself. We don't go to the theaters a whole lot. But Die Hard, Fast and Furious.
Believe it or not, guys, I was in the Die Hard. Well, I was in my truck. Is in Die Hard with a Vengeance. That was part of that movie. Was taped at Jessup, Maryland, at the TA truck stop. The scene where the helicopter blows up in the air. That's actually a Volkswagen with stovepipe on it, and they got it on a crane instead of fire. And where they got the great big red signs, I think it says something. It's in Canadian. It's something about "Welcome to Canada" or something. If you look really close, you have to know my truck. It was a cab over, black and silver. If you look really close underneath that sign, my truck is the first truck sitting there.
Oh, wow.
I met Charlie Sheen. And there's a movie called The Spy. He was right there south of it. I used to deliver, Shannon used to go with me. We delivered movie trailers and different things once in a while. And I met Dorothy Hamilton. Went to dinner with her and her husband. But
oh my gosh.
I met a lot of people doing that there. We moved trailers around for them and stuff. But that was made right there in Jessup, Maryland. The Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Oh my gosh. I've never been in a movie, but I've met a couple of movie stars.
I wasn't in it. My truck was. Welcome in.
Hey,
Now she's gone.
now she's gone. Now
Now
got
she's a go. Now she's an old goat.
Uh-oh.
Why is it muted?
I don't know. Probably she didn't know how to operate it. I hear you. You have more technical difficulty than anybody I know.
Oh, man. Now, I got to meet Gary Sinise. I didn't actually get to be in a movie, but I met him a few years ago. What a lovely guy.
I like coconut cream pie. I don't know about custard. We was talking yesterday. There's some people that are allergic to coconut. Was on here yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're right, Jamie. You are worse than Shannon. You are right on that one. All right, Johnny. Have fun at the movies.
Yes, have fun. I'd like an honest
Christine
review.
could have got a better date to go with.
Tell you, I still hear Sir Grace's wave. I'm surprised it's not coming through.
No, it's not coming through.
I got some yarn and hooks. I just want to learn how to crochet this winter. It is really easy. My grandmother taught me to crochet, and there's just a few basic stitches that you just need to learn. And then the patterns, like you can do anything and change it up as long as you know there's single crochet, double crochet, triple crochet, 3 basic stitches. Super easy. The hardest part is learning to read a pattern. Like my grandmother didn't know how to read patterns, so I didn't learn that one until about 2007 or 8, like right in there. I met somebody who could teach me how to read a pattern. And it's taken me this long. I still have to go back and watch YouTube videos on what does this mean. But if you can learn 3 basic stitches, you can pretty much do anything. It's really not that hard. Super, super easy. But I've never made a blanket for my daughter. Well, crocheted a blanket for her. So this will be the first
No
one.
volume on the computer. Go to look when you click in and see if it's muted. Click on the left side of the screen, or go on the speaker on the right side and see if the volume's up on that side. I might have it turned down from last time I was on it.
I've only
We'll
made
have
a
to,
this way.
just have to get you some hearing aids, girl.
So you've only made a scarf successfully. Hey, don't say only. Take that only off. I've made a scarf successfully. I think that's an accomplishment. It's not, something to be taken lightly. You should be proud of it. So take the only off.
You can use it to cover your face up with, Jamie.
Oh my gosh, yes. And I'm
We
sure
won't have to look at you.
Goodness.
I ain't picked on Jamie all day, so I gotta pick on her a little bit.
As long as you get off of me taking a nap on the live.
You ain't gonna live that one down, I'm telling you.
Okay, I've made a scarf. Thank you. Yes, you have. You should be proud. It takes a lot of time.
Can you hear us now? Can you hear us yet?
No. Yeah, I hear you, Shannon. So you've only made a scarf successfully. Hey, don't say only. Take that only off. I've
Now,
made a
you got
subscribe
YouTube
to
on
Trustworthy. I
too.
think that's an accomplishment. It's not, I'm going to be taken lightly. You should be proud of it.
Replay.
So take it
You can use it to cover your face up with, baby.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Phone here. 12.
Shannon.
Oh man. Now I'm in trouble. When am I ever not in trouble, Jamie? That's my middle name is Trouble.
Come on, people, don't do that. You're dying. Why are you dying of now? Probably laughing your hard. You think it's funny because Shannon's having a problem like you do. Usually, they usually take Jamie 3 or 4 times before she gets up there.
Hey, GT Junior, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. He said, hello from Alaska.
You can have your moisture back. Take it back to Alaska. We don't need it down here. Headed to work.
Oh, okay. Well, how are you doing? It's been a while. But snow is so beautiful. Well, the snow is beautiful. We just don't need all the rain right now.
Yeah, snow does make it look pretty.
It does.
It's really nice on postcards, on movies.
I don't know. I like it. I like it. I don't like the cold with it, but I like snow. That doesn't make sense, I know.
You know, sometimes when it snows, it's actually warmer out.
Yeah. That's true.
It's 15 degrees up there.
Oh my goodness.
It's 61 in North Carolina. A little bit of difference.
We were talking about hydroponics just a bit ago. Are you growing anything right now? He grows all kinds of things. And he's one of the reasons why I say don't let somebody tell you can't grow something. Because this man can grow quite a bit up in Alaska. I'm curious what you're up to now. So you're not fun for driving with all the idiots on the road. That's when you bless people, Virginia. Just bless them. Bless them. Can I come up?
You'll have to come over on my side.
Yeah.
It's Missouri Outlaw Randy. I know you don't know who I am, but it's Missouri Outlaw Randy. Here, I'm on Glenda, so I can.
If you can drop your link, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to drop it in your side because we're not smart enough to drop the other link in Glenda's side. So
Yes, bless. Bless. Right, Jamie? Bless. Let's see.
Oh, I'm not a mod on your side. I can't. Yeah, I can. What? I can do it this way.
Okay, no. I'm getting ready to make you a mod. I thought you were one.
It says I'm not.
Okay, hang on. We're going to take care of that one. That's about to get fixed. Let's see. Let me find you.
I don't know if you can do it when you're on StreamYard.
No,
You
I'm
have
not.
to go to YouTube side.
Say, oh, wait, there you are. Oh, did you put it on
I
mine?
did.
There you are. Okay,
Yeah,
there we go. And then add as moderator. Okay. Okay, Randy, you got a wrench.
All right, thank you. Now I can do it. Find it. All right, there's my channel. You got to come over to it, and then I'll bring you up.
And then I think I'm going to go grab the StreamYard link too. That might help as well.
There's some way you can, I got it pinned on my side. You can grab it and put it over on your side, but I don't know how to do it.
I'm working it. Paste. Okay, there you go. Come on up, JT.
No, I own the truck, Virginia, but I'm leased to a company.
Hey, there you are.
Hey there. How y'all doing?
All right.
Good. So you're the big reason why I say don't let people tell you can't grow anything.
Yes.
Right here. Here's your reason. Growing all kinds of stuff in Alaska.
Yeah. I dedicated my garage to grow food, so that's the move. The goal is to get 70% of my produce from my actual garden. So,
Wow,
I have
amazing.
to. No, it's only 3 of us in the house, so that shouldn't be too hard.
How big a garage you using?
I think 4 small cars can get in there at least.
Oh, okay.
That's a good amount of food.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's heated as well. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that actually contribute to me being able to do it. I dedicated the space. I've been doing it for 5 years easily. Hydroponics. I just built the hydroponic system. Let me see. I don't know. I just uploaded it, and yeah, I got my bok choy in there. I just started. Me and Mike's Chaotic Garden. We just started a hashtag WIG 2023 where others are growing inside as well. It started December the 1st, and we're still gonna continue to April the 5th. Yeah, so I'm all in. I'm all in.
I'm gonna put down your channel.
Shirley just doing her best, comes in here once in a while. She does, her and her husband built their own hydroponic systems, but they're not inside, they're outside in Mississippi.
Oh,
And
wait.
they've taken plastic barrels and made their own. And they got fish in one, like a fish aquarium with the water and stuff. And they got it all. I mean, they're trying to do all that too. They grow everything.
No, they're doing better than me if they're using fish. That's that's goals there. That's aquaponics. That's the way.
Okay.
Yes, that's the way. If my setup was better, I would go for that as well and get something like it. I have a few choices because it's colder here, but using the fish waste to grow your food is the way. That's
Oh, is it? I don't know
yes.
anything about the stuff. I just listen to everybody. It's pretty
Oh
cool.
yeah, yeah. I've done research on that as well, but it's got a lot of moving parts, and time doesn't allow me to function like that. I got two jobs, so I can't do that.
The
You
work
know,
is
it's
hard.
yeah,
Oh
so
my
I
god.
can't do that.
But at
But
least you're
yeah,
able to grow some, with what you got. You're making do with your situation.
oh yes, I have to. I can't lay down and give up and say, I'm gonna get all my produce from the grocery store. No.
Yeah.
Expensive up there, isn't it?
Say that one more time.
Way too expensive up in Alaska to buy all your produce from the grocery store, isn't it?
Yes, and the fruit is lackluster. There isn't as much flavor. It tastes like sugar water. So,
Ew.
I don't want to. That's what actually made me start growing is buying the melon and wanting to return it back to the store after I done cut it all up, made it look pretty, and it just was. I was like, man, they took my money from this. I could have had some water, added a little sugar. So,
Exactly. And that's not
yeah.
what it's about either. I mean, it should have a lot of flavor and yeah, no, I don't blame you. GT, this is a little different, but I got unsubscribed from your channel. I have to resubscribe.
Okay, that's what's up.
No, that kind of I
They
just
do that.
yeah, so
They
I
do
fixed it. So if you see a new subscriber, it's because I redid it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
you're welcome, but that's uncalled for. I don't like it when that stuff happens.
Oh, it's frustrating because sometimes I go and look for somebody. I'm like, man, I haven't seen them in a while, and all of a sudden it's like you can't see them because you're not subscribed anymore.
I know.
It happens a lot. I just
Yeah.
subscribed to you too. So you got another one.
Well, I appreciate you, and
Well,
I have fun on my channel.
he does.
That is always my goal. Every time I jump online, I show who I am. I have a great spirit, but
A lot of good
I want to
information
grow this.
too.
Hmm?
Lot of good information. Go check out
Yeah.
his channel. Seriously, y'all.
Yeah. And I love growing food.
Yes.
I like eating food.
Yeah, that's the way I want to grow it. I actually got my son to start a little project. So he's still impressionable. He's 14 years old, so I still can make a good impact on him. So, I want he now understands that, yeah, Dad, food comes from you growing it, and the grocery store is a convenience. So if nothing else, I want him to actually understand that,
Ding ding. That's it.
Yeah. That is
That's
just a
it.
convenience. Yes, and I just bought when they had all the hydroponic units on discount and everything
Yeah.
last week ago or whatever. I bought two. I didn't need to, but because I have this competition, I wanted to be relatable with others that are, because I'm gonna do my thing with the lives and stuff like that, and people have questions, and I can, give some relatable information because I used to have an Arrow garden until I learned that I don't have to give them my money. I can just build it, and I can build it so elaborate. So, I'm just trying to give them just have a little bit more perspective on things. But I got to clock in. I appreciate you, Glenda and Randy. Thank you, Randy, for allowing me to come up on your channel and
Yep.
speak.
No
Thank you, Glenda, for doing what you do, and I'll let y'all do what y'all do. Let me get in this house.
You gotta go.
All right,
Go
y'all.
work. Have a wonderful day. It's good seeing you.
You as well. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
I do it every
Trust
day,
the
so if you wanna
process.
come
Trust
back
the
when
process.
you got time,
Absolutely.
I do this every day. So if you want to come back and talk more about it anytime, you're welcome.
All right, I will subscribe to your channel. I got you. All right, y'all have a good one. Trust the process. Yeah.
Bye bye. Yeah, seriously, anybody who has questions about hydroponics, go over check him out. He impresses me, honestly. He really does. We found a small tomato plant a couple of months ago. We planted it in a pot, brought it in the house. It's doing great. That's it. This isn't food. But I bought a patchouli plant from the local nursery and brought it. I chopped it back like, like very minimal, and it's coming back to life. So I brought it into the winter. There she is. Okay.
Maybe.
Can we hear you?
She hasn't said nothing yet.
Come on,
I
girl.
can hear you at least.
Oh, now I hear you.
Oh,
Oh,
my
there's a pillow.
gosh. Look at
Virginia,
that.
here's a pillow.
Oh my god.
My mom used to make those for everybody at a wedding.
Now, is that ribbon that's in the front?
Yes.
Yep. But the rest of that, it's a crochet or needle. I don't know what it's called.
Is that
But
tatting?
it's like a doily.
Yeah.
Turn it around to the back, you can see it easier. But see, it's really small strings. It's
Mhm.
all hand crocheted or whatever.
Oh.
All
That
right,
is
turn it back.
gorgeous.
But she's made. I don't know how many of them she's made.
She made a lot of them.
Well, she did an excellent job.
This was the last one I think she
I don't
had.
have any of the cowboy hats she used to make.
No. I don't have none of those. Yeah, this was the last one.
Yeah, one of these days we'll dig the blanket out. You guys can see the blanket.
Oh, that's like work right there.
I know that is. I know you got it buried.
I have it. It's because it's in a seat. It's in a chest, and it's in my closet on the bottom.
Oh, that was beautiful. Yeah, I think it is tatting, Virginia. That looks just like
Hi,
it.
Jamie.
And that's not easy because that's little itty bitty work.
She.
Yep.
I have some different
My
doilies. that
blanket
she
is
made.
made out of that string. That string, whatever that's called. My blanket is a full-size blanket. And I mean, it is thick.
It's huge.
Yep.
I just can't
Very,
imagine
very heavy.
I'm doing this with bigger yarn right now. I just can't imagine working with such a little itty bitty and making a blanket that big. That's impressive.
Jamie, she got a bump on her shoulders.
I'm okay. I'm tired. I have almost caught up on all my sleep from the last year that I've lost.
So how big was the two last babies?
The boy was 9.6 pounds, and the girl was 8.8 pounds.
And they didn't look that big.
Oh, they were.
They didn't look that big when I was watching the video. Or watching
Well, that's
on the
well. They
camera.
were still slimy when you saw them. And their mama, she's one of those mamas that if they don't get up and eat, she paws at them until they do.
I know she was
She's a good
following it that
mom.
first one.
She's a really good mama. She'll paw at them and make them get up, and she's already fed them like twice since they've been born.
Yeah, they was born at 9:30.
Aw. Jamie, I have arthritis too in my hands. I have to stop every now and then, just give them a break. And so I'm with you on anything smaller.
I can't draw my Christmas cards anymore because of that.
Did
Andy
you
used
draw
to
your
make-
Christmas cards?
She
I used
made.
to hand draw the
Have
Christmas
you got
cards.
any of those around?
Not that you can see right now.
No. She used to sit there all year long and hand draw and color handmade Christmas cards for everybody every year.
They used to be individual. Every person would get a different one. But the last couple of years that I did it, because I don't do it anymore, I would draw one and then I would copy it on cardstock. They
Yeah.
still got a handmade Christmas card, a hand-drawn Christmas card from me, but it wasn't like they used to be.
More than unique individual.
Yep.
You ought to bring some of those back around and then upload them like, and have them, you know, bring it back out again, but not redo it like by hand, but like go back in the archives and start it back over again. It was still something that you made, but like bring it back out.
I gave them all away.
Made like Sir Grace is making Christmas ornaments.
No.
She would make Christmas ornaments too.
Yeah, I would
She
make
would,
Christmas ornaments.
Make sleighs out of popsicles. Make all different kinds of.
I still
Christmas
have some of
ornaments,
those.
too.
They're on the tree.
Oh, that's
We can show
awesome.
them one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, you were gonna make me get up, weren't
Pretty
you?
You need the exercise. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Get up.
Well, I was underneath the heated blanket because my legs hurt so bad.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm
You
sorry.
can wham later. Just trying to keep you awake. I make people go to sleep on my show.
I don't know who you made go to sleep.
Well, I think I ended up sleeping, I believe, a grand total of 12 hours yesterday.
Wow, you must have needed it then.
did.
Did that long. Yeah, I didn't go quite that much, but
Well, you did it two different times. It wasn't total.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was 2 increments. She did 6 and 6, I think.
When you're tired like that, I mean, you've been running hard. So
For
I
her hours she works, she doesn't have time really to rest. When she wasn't working, she could sleep 10 hours. She's got a sleep apnea machine,
yeah.
and she can sleep for 10 hours. Since she's been at work for a year now, she might sleep 6 hours, and that's it.
Wow.
Some nights I only
doesn't
sleep
sleep.
4.
Oh my gosh, girl, that's crazy.
And then I go and stay up all night, and then I come home, do all my stuff, and then I try to go back to sleep. If it's really sunny outside and pretty, I can't sleep.
Yeah.
She's got these dark deals on her window, so it's dark in her room, trying to make it where she can sleep during the day. But
I'm a day person. I'm not a night person. Okay, I got some of my ornaments. Let me see. Here's an angel.
Oh, lift it up higher, hun. Oh my gosh. Did you cross stitch that?
Yep.
yep.
Wow.
If you look above her head, that's all cross stitch. That
Oh,
picture above her head,
that one there.
that's all
Oh,
cross.
my
She used to sit around and do
God.
that cross stitch all the time.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
Okay, and then there's this one.
Oh, I like that. That's beautiful.
Anybody can do these.
Oh, yes. That is cute as can be.
I think I made 100 of these year I made these.
Yeah, I know my hands got tired of cutting popsicles.
I got tired of painting them. I painted them.
Well, I'll run downstairs and I'll show you an example. I'll be right back. Let me turn my camera off, but I'll be right back. I'll show you what Sir Grace is making.
Oh, thank you, Virginia. I used to be. I'm not anymore. I can't do it all. I can't see it, and I can't cross stitch more than 10 stitches without having to stop. I can't thread my needle. I tried crocheting and it hurt my shoulder.
Well,
So-
get in the kitchen, Janie. That's where you belong. Just don't smash your finger.
Or cut her finger. I was in the kitchen. I made sloppy joes.
No.
Of course, my hamburger was frozen when I started with it. But I was hungry, and I wasn't driving to town. Because I'm sure I'll have another set of kids tonight sometime. I don't know when. Today or tomorrow.
All right. So Sir Grace turns these. That's my husband. He turns ink pens on a lathe. This is my personal one. It's a fidget spinner, so you can just sit in it. And it's kind of hard to see on camera, but you can spin it.
Cool.
But right now he's making ornaments.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, those are pretty.
Oh, those are pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
From a tree that got taken down by the electric company on my neighbor's property.
Oh, wow.
So they're two different.
Oh, I like them.
Mm-hmm.
They look more like the old-fashioned ornaments.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really impressed. He's doing more right now. I've got several family members that want them, and I said, not until my Christmas tree is full. And then I told them, I said, they can't have the good wood. I get the good wood. So there's that. There's that.
Hey,
but
I know what you can do to your family members. Use the wood that's got termites in it sent to
right.
Whoa.
Right. And then pass it out to theirs for their
And then-
Christmas
yeah,
tree.
that way the gift that keeps giving.
Piggy
Well-
hooked on my machine by now.
He turned a bowl, and my Aunt Lynn, actually, she's like, I want a bowl. And I told her, I said, not until after I get all the bowls that I want first. So I go first. So I'm waiting on him to.
Who is it? Is it your mom's? Got the ornaments that they use that? Like plastic. I don't know what it's
Yeah,
called.
so that he has a 3D. My
3D machine.
3D printer.
Yeah.
So my stepdad, her husband, which I love me some Dave. That's what I always say. He's a good man. Dave has a 3D printer, and he bought it. So he has a channel called Dave's Gaming Cave, and it's these solitaire games, and he reviews. And so he needed some like card holders and things, and they don't make it for these solitaire games because it's like physical boards is what it is. And so he got himself a 3D printer, and mom's like, well, why don't you make some ornaments for me? So he did. He made all of her ornaments.
Those
And then,
turned out nice.
yeah,
like
I
them.
was really impressed by them.
I was
So-
trying to win one of them.
Did you get one?
Nope, I didn't win. I'm a loser.
You're not a loser. You're not.
Most of the time, if I win something, I give it away, but I was trying to get one of them. I wasn't going to give it away.
Is your address on the channel?
Yep.
Okay.
Or I'll text you the other address.
Okay. You got to hook up. We'll make sure you get one. Yeah, he made all of them, and I was really impressed by him. But the first time I went over to see it, see this machine, he was working on these card holders, and I was blown away by it. But now his channel, he had all of the watch hours he needed before he hit the 1,000 subscribers. Like he had thousands of hours.
Oh,
He's really done good with his channel. He's been monetized, oh gosh, maybe a year now. And
well, Rebecca, we was talking to you met earlier.
yeah,
She had her 3,000 watch hours, but she only had like 500 subs, and I helped her get to her 1,000 subs.
yeah. It's
And,
weird how
there's a lot of channels can get. It's funny, they can get a whole lot of hours off of certain videos, but they don't get the people in there to support them.
yeah.
Just get a lot of watch time.
Well, that's what happened with Dave in the beginning. Let me see where he's at.
Drop his link in here,
Okay.
and then anybody else can get on it that way too.
Yeah, he has 1.72 thousand subscribers. He's really, he's doing great.
Oh, That's me typing, Piggy, by the way. That's not Randy.
Oh, are you?
That was the only
Yeah,
way it would
chat.
let me.
Yeah, I know.
I had to be
Yes.
logged into your StreamYard to get on the live.
Oh,
All right, there's Dave's. I'm gonna put it over on yours too. There we go.
I clicked onto it and it kicked me out. There it is. All right, I'm subscribed to it now.
Okay. He's a real sweetheart. He's an Army vet, David. Yeah.
Can't go wrong with a vet.
No, you can't. No, I
can aggravate the other services, but they're still my brothers.
Oh, and he'd aggravate right back too. He's got a good sense of
Hi,
humor.
Terry.
Guys, I'm gonna be quiet for a minute here. I gotta watch where I'm going. I'm actually
Okay.
2.8 miles away.
Or
I'm
he'll
almost
get
going past
lost.
the exit. Yeah, I know it. I moved
That's
over to
okay.
the
I'm
right
I'm
lane.
watching. I'm watching Goat Cam.
You have a goat cam?
We
Oh,
got
I've got
8 cameras.
No, wait a minute. Inside the barn,
Uh-huh.
there are. Oh, let me see. I gotta count them.
Well,
I think there's
turn
there's
your
four.
camera back on and hold your phone up there and show her.
There's 4 cameras inside the barn
Okay.
because I gotta see what's going on all the time.
Do you have it to where you can like just do like live streams from the goat
No.
cam?
No, I could. I think
We haven't figured out how to do it yet.
we just haven't figured out how to do it. That's one.
I got it here in the truck on my phone, and I usually have it on my notebook, but I haven't got it on my notebook. So when I'm driving down the road, when she's asleep, I can call her and tell her to get her butt outside.
Now they can go outside if they want to. They're just inside.
Sure. They have free access to wherever.
Because they're lazy.
Is the weather is it kind of yucky out right now?
No, it's sunny.
Oh.
It's cold.
Oh yeah, then that's why they're in. It's cold.
There's the kids.
Aw.
Yeah, there's the babies.
Let's see who's
You
on the
can
other
zoom
camera.
in, go back to the cage where you see the little ones, and then zoom in.
All right, hang on.
You should do a live stream from the barn. You'd get a lot of watch hours that way, Shannon.
We're trying to think about having our giveaway in the barn if it's nice out. There's the babies.
Oh, look at
Those were
them.
born first, so they're up and moving around.
Oh, they're so cute. Have you named them?
No. The other ones, I can't see them because their mom's laying funny. She's laying funny,
Oh, okay.
so you can't see
Virginia,
them.
it looks so clean because I spent hours cleaning it.
No, he didn't. My son actually went in with a broom and cleaned the walls. Cleaned all the stuff off the walls, all the cobwebs and the dust, and he got all that down. And I'm allergic to the shavings, so I get in there so long, and my face will turn red because I'm allergic to the pine.
I was going to ask if it's pine because I am having problems recently with it. We used it for our chickens, and it was getting up into my chest, like the way the stuffiness feeling. I was wondering if it was the same.
Yep, that pine shavings to do it.
I tried hemp, and hemp
Hi, Piggy.
bothered me too.
The straw is too dusty, so that bothers me. But I know I'm allergic to the pine because and that's the only thing you can really get.
Right.
You're not supposed to put the other stuff down for the goats. So.
If we lived down south, she'd use the pine cone needles, but we can't get them in our area.
Now, I'm not really sure what in the pine is bothering me. I'm probably allergic to the dust. Is probably what I'm allergic to, but I know the pine bothers me, and so does the corn dust. If I get corn dust on me, and I was never allergic to stuff like that before.
Yeah,
I see Walmart.
recently. I had a disabled chicken for a while. I know it's funny. People laugh at me for having a disabled chicken, but
I got a disabled goat.
okay. Well, good. I'm not alone. But she lived in the house for a while till she died, and I put diapers on her because that pine shavings bothered me so bad. Which I know is funny to put a diaper on a chicken, but that's what I did.
No, I've got him. I got him some bandages for his legs.
Yeah.
Got 2 bad legs, so I got the ones like they put on the dogs.
Oh yeah.
When they have bad legs. But I can't. I have to have somebody help me, and there hasn't been anybody home long enough to help me put them on him because I can't hold him.
Poor guy.
He's not. He'll run from me. He's got 2 bad legs, and he'll run from me.
Oh, got some spunk in his step.
Well, that's why he's still alive.
That's it. Yeah, mine, she had splay leg, but what ended up was the reason why I had her put down was she had congenital seizures. And they said it had something to do with when she was being incubated. And she was, I mean, I got her from a hatchery. They said she probably was on the edge.
It's a new
of it.
trailer.
He should have went. We should have muted him.
Uh-oh.
Hell,
Can
he
you do
muted
that?
himself.
Have he muted himself?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops. Could it be? But I'm also allergic to red oak. We found out when we had a wood stove. Other wood doesn't affect me. Yeah, I have allergies to things too. It's so weird. I'm allergic to a lot, but I'm not allergic to poison ivy, poison sumac, or poison oak.
Oh, I can look at that stuff and get it.
Well, most people are allergic to all of that.
My son's not.
No. Yeah, most of like all of my kids are not. And my sister is not, and one of my nephews is not. But now put me around a cat, put me around pine. What else bothers me? Hay bothers me. Yeah, straw bothers me, believe it or not. And I just completely break out, or I feel it real heavy in my lungs.
I thought about the wood pellets for the chicken house, but they're so expensive.
Now, I know this is a little bit, this is what a veterinarian told me. They said get the horse ones and get it wet, just like a little bit.
Yeah, it makes into because they break down real quick.
Mm-hmm. He actually recommended it, but I don't know how well it works. In my chicken coop currently, I have hemp, but I think I'm going to go back to sand. I personally like the sand method in my coop. It didn't smell or anything. It was really easy to take care of.
She did the horse pellet bedding in her goat barn.
Okay.
And I'm like, wasn't that kind of expensive? And she's like, well, I just did it in the stalls where they had kids. And I'm like, yeah, but don't the kids need some straw when it's because they have their kids the same time we do, so it's cold.
Right.
And the straw would keep them warmer than I would think that those wood pellets would.
Yeah, I know nothing about that. That's a good question.
Like my babies right now, I've got straw down, and I just suffer with the allergies. I'll just I'll take some medicine and get over it.
Sure.
But they, even the babies that were just born a couple hours ago, they were nice and warm
Aww.
in the straw.
Yeah.
So I put shavings down on the bottom so because it makes it easier to clean.
Right.
You
Right.
go to clean it, the shavings will come right up real easy. But if you just put straw down on, we have it's ground stone. It's like ground gravel
Uh-huh.
on that's under in our barn. So if you put the straw on top of it, it just makes a big mess.
Oh.
Yes, Randy's at his destination.
I know that the and I know nothing about goats, so this doesn't mean that I'm sharing any expert advice, or I don't mean it like that. But when we visited this grade A dairy goat farm and I got to deliver a goat, their floor is concreted in, and then I remember on top that they used a real thick layer of straw, and then when Mama was beginning to go into labor, then they added extra. So I know that that's what they used.
Yeah, they put the straw. They do that a lot of times to keep because straw it'll dry on top. It'll stay dry on top, and then the bottom, whenever it builds up a pack, it actually is warm.
Yes.
Because it's breaking down because of the bacteria.
Yeah.
So that's heat down there. But by putting the dry stuff on top, it keeps them from not getting wet.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's cement, it's really easy to clean it off.
Yeah, they use cement, or they cemented everything. They were talking about, like, in our area, how that there's a disease that they get really easy. And this allowed them to kind of keep things clean. And gosh darn it, I can't remember what they said. It makes them really sick.
There's several diseases that they can get. They can get CAE or CL, or they can get Yonis. And all of those.
Which one it is now? Okay.
2 of them are. There's no cure for them. Okay. There's no cure for any of them.
Right. They said that. I remember that, but they were trying just to keep things tidy. But now I can't remember which one they said.
But a lot of times in your dairies, in your goat dairies, it'll be one that has to do with mastitis. And that is the CAE. The CAE can be part of that, and so can the CL. You can treat the CL, but the CL, if it gets in their lungs, it'll kill them.
Okay, might be that one then.
But it can also cause mastitis, and then they're in a goat dairy. That's not a good thing because then they have to get rid of them.
Right.
Hi, River Rat.
Yeah,
I would not want to be allergic to a Christmas tree.
I am.
Well, I got a fake one, but it still has a smell to it.
I'm allergic to it. I've got a warmer. I don't know if you can right behind. Oh, it just turned off. But anyhow, I had a warmer going and it smells like a Christmas tree. So that's how I get my Christmas tree smell in the house. But we had one when we had a real tree when we lived over in England. And I was so sick that year. Sir Grace won't let me get one.
We haven't had a real one for a long, long time. A long, long time. I don't even remember how. In our old house, we had an 8-foot tree because we had 9-foot ceilings. And here we don't have that. It's a 7-foot ceiling here, so the 8-foot tree would not fit. Jamie, why don't you have a Christmas tree? Even I have a Christmas tree.
I have 3, but now 2 of mine are like 2 feet tall.
I'm going to put one in the barn.
That's a good idea.
I've already got Christmas lights in there.
Oh, I love that.
I put the Christmas lights up so I didn't have to turn all the lights on in the barn when I was checking my cameras.
That's a good idea.
So I just put a string of lights up so I could see.
Oh, we have. I went to the Dollar Tree and I bought some of those light bulbs, solar light bulbs, like the Christmas ones, and I have them hanging outside on the girls' coop and run. And I got the red ones, and it keeps it dark. I really have to keep things like super dark around the girls. If there's any amount of light, then they kick the newbies off the roost. So it's a thing. I'm already struggling with trying to get those two new. There's only two because we had three, and like I said, I had a disabled one, and she was supposed to be part of what we introduced to the flock. But so I only have two new little girls. And when we went to Tennessee, I asked my neighbor, I said, could I ask a favor? I said, you don't have to do nothing like feed them or water them or anything because we have everything. Like I have a grandpa's feeder, and then we have a poultry water that is unheated, so it stays full. And I said, you don't have to water or feed them. They're good. And we've got cameras. So if there's anything goes wrong, I'd let you know. But could you just make sure these two little ones get inside the coop at night? So do you know those little turds went in and got up on the roost all by themselves while she was taking care of them? I come home and guess who decides to be outside of the coop? I'm like,
Oh my goodness.
You just want my neighbor. Of course, they have the good life because they have a farm. They have goats and they have horses, and there's a donkey and several flocks of chickens and barn cats and dogs. So, I mean, I call that the spoiled good life, whereas mine is just kind of like, well, we're city slickers here, you know? So, anyhow, but yeah, those little stinkers. I mean, they're pretty. I've got two really pretty girls that we added. Let's see if I can find.
My blue egg layers just started laying here about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, well, I'm waiting.
Oh, it's pretty.
She is
Very
absolutely. Oops, let's see if I come back in. My husband named this one. Very original. This is Glinda. She's got feathered feet. She's got the little foo-foo on the head. She's a diva. But that's Glinda. And then let me see if I can find. I gotta find Chloe.
We have a Chloe.
You
We had a dog named.
We
We had a
had
dog
Chloe.
named. Yeah, we had a Chloe. Shannon's favorite dog there died last year. Was Chloe.
This was my disabled girl. This was Hope.
Aw.
She's no longer with us. She would sit on my shoulder and preen me. Let's see if I can find. I don't know if I have a picture of Chloe. I know I do somewhere. Oh, right here. There's Chloe.
Oh. She's pretty.
Yeah, do you know who Lisa Steele is?
No.
She is a very well-known chicken keeper, like expert. She has a blog called Fresh Eggs Daily. She's written cookbooks. In fact, here's her cookbook. Lisa Steele.
Cool.
And then I love this book. Let's see if I can pull it out. 101 Chicken Hacks.
Oh.
Well, anyhow, that Chloe is a Steele egger, and that's for Lisa Steele. That's her little contribution with the hatchery.
Cool.
Yeah. She's supposedly supposed to lay blue eggs.
I have prairie bluebells. There's 4 of them,
Okay.
and they're blue. The eggs are blue, but there was another one that was supposed to be. It was supposed to be something else, and she lays most of the time. She lays a double yolk brown egg.
Wow.
And I believe that she's like a sapphire gem,
Ooh, they're
which are
pretty.
brown egg layers. I had some of those, but that's not what I ordered.
Oh.
I ordered something else, and that's what I got.
Uh-oh. Where did you order from?
It's a place in Iowa. Is it? I want to say it's Hoover Hatchery.
Okay. Okay, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
And
heard
the
of
birds are beautiful. And the birds that I got from them, I didn't lose any. They did really well. And the blue egg layers actually started laying first, and they were only right at like 4.5, 5 months old. So
Wow.
I can't complain. But right now I've got all these chickens, and I get 4 eggs.
I'm getting 2. I have 10 girls, and I'm getting 2. I shouldn't be getting any right now. The 2 that are laying should have totally started their molts by now, but they haven't. They're kind of, you know how chickens are.
I think I've got 40, and 4 of them are laying. They're freeloaders.
Little stinkers.
Yes, Hoover, Jamie. Hoover.
Oh, I just saw Virginia's question. Glenda, are you in the group who are decorating their coops for Christmas? I don't know about that group. It's not, I don't know who, I mean, can you give me a little more information? Because I'd be interested in that. But no, I don't totally, I don't totally decorate my coop. I have a few things. Just because I'm trying to be a nice neighbor. So Shannon, I don't know if I've told you this, but I'm not legally allowed to own chickens, but I legally own chickens.
Randy told me.
Okay. So I'm trying to be a nice neighbor, because I'm just saying I have been turned in and the code enforcer knows me and knows I'm good. So because it's all legal. I legally own mine. It's just that they are 15 feet off my house in the county on a friend's property.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's how we did it. So 13 feet off my house, which is not very far, is the county city line. And we have the girls 15 feet off my house. We measured it. Literally. And my friends had said, do you want chickens? And I said, yes. And I told them I can't own them. And the rest is history. I own chickens legally. So I do decorate it just a little bit, trying to make it look like they're part of the subdivision.
One year I did decorate everything. All of the buildings had lights on them.
Oh, how nice.
All of the buildings.
Oh.
I haven't done it. I have not done that in probably 8 years.
Oh, wow.
I did the buildings, and then I just did the house. And then I just kind of we had a fence out front, and I would just put the green garland and the red bows on the fence post.
Yeah.
All that good. And then I just quit doing all of that. Because I'd have to take it down.
I understand that. In the spring, I'm going to be repainting my coop. It's time for a nice new coat of paint. So I'm going to at least do that. So that'll be my decorating. I'll take everything, make it look nice and fresh.
Now, our old house that we had, our chicken coop was actually a 1-car. It used to be a 1-car garage.
Oh.
And it had windows in the front. So when we painted everything, we painted it, and then we made shutters to go on the windows with the letter from our last name on each side of the window.
Oh,
It
I
was kind of neat.
like that. I like that.
But we used like French doors for the doors. They had light, because they had glass. They
Oh
had light for the chickens.
Oh yeah.
We first moved over where we're at. Our chickens had a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
Their chicken house, I went and rent to own buildings for them.
Oh,
Well, then they paid off one of their mortgages, and then they got another one.
Sir Grace and I built our chicken coop and run, and I like it, but I think it's time to give it a fresh coat of paint and make it look nice. And I think we're gonna in the spring raise the roof on. We have 2 runs because we built our first run too small. Not only just width small, but height small. So we're gonna take the roof off of it and
Yeah, if you make a run, you make sure it's tall enough for you to walk in, because it's a pain
It is.
going in there when it's short. Ours is too short.
yeah,
We're getting ready to do all of ours completely. We're going to change ours to like dog panels,
art. Yeah,
and then put wire on the dog panels.
yes.
It would be so much easier to take down, clean, and then put the panels back up.
Smart.
So much easier. Hi, Joy.
We made it out of wood, everything, and then put wire on it. Now the wood's getting all rotten. But-
When we did it, it cost us $600 to build the fence and for our chickens where their pen is now, their pens are. And I hate to see what it would cost now to redo it the way that it is. Because everything is so much more expensive now.
Shannon,
I'm
I thought
sure-
you was watching who came in. Why'd you let Joy in?
Because I like Joy.
Oh,
Because you don't like Joy. That's why I let her in.
oh.
I've got so many silkies right now. It's crazy.
Oh, that's what my neighbors just got was silkies.
They went crazy hatching.
Okay.
They want to have their babies, so they just hide their eggs from me so that I won't take them away.
Oh,
She'd walk out and she'd hear a peep, 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 and look around, and she'd find a little chicken.
I would find them everywhere. So I had 15 of them hatch this past summer.
Oh my gosh.
So I got there's 15 of them, and I'm like, I've got to sort through them and get rid of some of them because most of them, there's more than half that are roosters, I believe.
Okay.
Well, then I had my son, he was going to clean my chicken house out, and I went in there and I'm like, wait a minute. I hear peep, peep. So I had 2 chicks hatch out about 3 weeks ago.
Oh my
I
god.
got 2 more.
Oh my god. Well, surely
They were in with all the other silkies. They don't bother them. The other adults don't bother them. So, but yeah, I've got there's a blue one and a white one.
Aww.
So now I got to make sure that I get all of the eggs that they have laid. And don't let
She
them hide
got
them from
she
me.
got rid of my chickens. I had some little brown ones. I don't know what they was called, but they were mean to her.
They were
Were they bantams?
yes.
Yeah.
They're
I like them.
There's not a standard to them. What were they? Gosh, I had them for like 15 years, and I can't.
Man, they
think of
were
the
mean
name of
little
them.
suckers. They thought they were 10 foot tall and bulletproof.
Yeah, they were. They only weigh like maybe a pound, if they were lucky. What were they, Randy?
I can't remember.
Oh, D'Anvers. They were D'Anvers. There's no standard size chicken to them. They're a true bantam.
Wow.
They were the quail. I had the quail D'Anvers, but I did actually get a bunch from a guy in Georgia. I bought like 25 of them, chicks from different colors, because he had different color varieties. So I had a whole bunch of them, but my original ones came from Arkansas. The lady, when she sent them to me, she put them in the little Easter eggs, the plastic ones.
Oh yeah.
Keep them from getting hurt.
Yeah.
She sent me 2 dozen, and I think I hatched out 9 of them from shipping them. I thought that was pretty good.
That's really good. That's amazing.
And I love them, but I ended up getting rid of the rest of them. I
All right,
had to
girls, I'm going in
downsize
and get
some.
me something to eat in Parks. I'll be back.
Okay. You had a chicken, Joy?
Yeah, it's called Chicken Scott.
I don't think the raccoon attacked Scott in Colorado. I guess he could have.
Could be he's a wump.
Oh.
The only rooster I've ever been attacked by was a bantam rooster.
Oh, they were awful. They were. I'm not kidding you. The hens were so sweet, but those little roosters were terrible.
Oh
I'd
my!
have to. If I wore black boots, it was worse.
Really?
Yeah, they hated them. They would flog me all the way through the chicken house.
Oh my gosh!
They were just terrible.
Well, the one that attacked me. I mean, I got myself out of it, but the only way that let's back up. So they ended up having to put it down because it attacked their grandson. It went for his eyes.
Oh no.
So grandma grabbed it and snapped its neck immediately. She'd never killed any of her animals ever. She never killed anything. And that one, it was going for her grandson, and grandma got involved and took care of it. Felt bad afterwards, but I mean, it would have taken the baby's eyes out. It was that bad.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to do stuff you don't want to necessarily do.
That's what I told her. I said, that's a good grandma. I'd be doing the same thing too. I've never killed anything either. And anything go for my grandbaby. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I had to, I had a hen that got something wrong with her. Yes, Paula, that is very true because they were mean. She had something happened to her. It was some kind of like the vitamin or mineral deficiency or something.
Oh yeah.
She didn't get any better. She just kept getting worse. And so I actually had to put her down, and it like it killed me to do it. Because I'm not the one that does that.
Right. Well, my husband can do it, but I
can do it. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do it. I think I would cry too hard. When we had to put the Hope down, I had the vet do it because I was such a wuss. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this thing. I'm a wuss.
Well, when I had one of my horses put down, she was 30 years old. She had cancer, melanomas. And I could not, because I'd had her since she was like 4. So I couldn't even come home and do it. Randy had to come because I'd had her for so long. I had actually had the horse longer than my son had been born.
Oh my gosh.
And I could not come home and do it.
No.
I couldn't. I was supposed to meet the vet, but Randy had to do it. I just couldn't do it.
Oh.
So
it's hard. It's so hard.
When you've had one for that long, it's totally different.
No, not the same, but I put down a dog not too long ago, and I had her for 16 years and 8 months. And I was so crushed. I used to hold her right here on my heart. And yeah, it's been quiet around my house. I'm still adjusting to not having her. Actually, I used to do lives and sit upstairs, and she was always right next to me. And when I would do videos. I did a lot of voiceovers because she was always right next to me, but she was panting so hard. And so I always tried cutting that out. I know people don't like voiceovers, but I did it because of her. So, it's hard. And when I'm out and about, I'm always thinking, I got to get home because she needs to go potty, and I'm still adjusting to all that still.
Well, mine's been gone almost 2 years. And I had to have her put down because she got to where she couldn't walk, and she was a mastiff.
Oh man. Yeah.
And I don't even think she knew who she was that the morning that I had to have her put down.
Oh.
But she had, up until like 3 months before I had her put down, she didn't have anything right. It was nothing wrong with her. Like she got around really good, no problems. And for a 12-year-old mastiff, that's an old mastiff.
That's a very old girl. Yes.
And she was just one. That was my absolute favorite dog. I've had a lot of dogs, and I still have dogs, but that dog, I swear she listened better than most people's kids.
Isn't that amazing when they do that? Yeah. Yeah. We have just Sir Grace's dog, and of course he's the service dog. But I don't know that I'll ever replace for a pet. My old girl, she was the last pet I'd have. I think I've gotten to the point where if I need to be out and about, it's nice not having to worry about the pet at home. So I've got a little bit of time. Plus, she was my favorite, and I don't know. I've got such a funny feeling about all that.
Yeah. It still bothers me. I couldn't have her with the job that I have now because she wouldn't understand. She didn't understand when I was gone.
Yeah.
If I left her at home, she didn't like that.
Yes.
Lynn, you're very lucky.
And thankful I've had. Oh yeah. That's very lucky. A lot of animals do that too. They go out and go away and pass away privately.
Yep.
No, I've had to put 2 dogs down, and it's been hard. The first time I did it, I could not be in the room. I cried and cried and cried, and I knew I had to drive home because Sir Grace is blind, and so it was just I couldn't be in the room. So my stepdad was in the room with her, so she didn't go without somebody. And I wish I had stayed though, but with my second one, we stayed in the room.
I keep looking at my cameras. I don't see my goat that I'm watching.
Uh-oh.
She's outside.
She's getting away from you.
That's okay.
Has she had her baby, or she?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
Last year I had a camera outside where I could see them outside because whenever deer season came, I locked them up so they wouldn't be out in the pasture.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're the same color as a deer, but sometimes you got people that are not right.
Yeah.
So I locked them all up, and they've been in a small lot since deer season.
Mm.
Since was that the 10th of November?
The dog's dead.
Huh?
The dog is dead.
No, she's not. She's passed out. She had her afterbirth this morning, so she's happy. She's my cleanup crew. She sits there and waits.
She actually cleans the baby goats as much as their mothers does.
Aww.
She goes and licks their butts and licks their ears and just keeps them clean.
She's the nanny.
Yeah,
yep, she is.
I always make fun of her, and because I know I know why she follows those little baby goats around after they're born. because for about the first 10 days, their little poop will be like the color of butterscotch because it's all milk. And she goes around and she eats every bit of it. And I'm like, yep, she's like the butterscotch drop cleanup crew.
Lynn, I'm in North Carolina. I don't know how to say it. Melbourne or Melbourne?
Mabane.
That's close enough.
That's sad, Joy. That's
Oh,
awful.
that's awful.
Joy, where's she at? I'll give her an old lady. And she can take her goats with her.
Oh, funny. You're just funny today, aren't you?
Yeah.
Always trying to get rid of me. Just for that, I won't make that pumpkin pie.
Sure, you wasn't going to make it anyway.
Well, I wasn't.
See?
I wasn't going to make it because then that meant that we were going to eat it, and we don't need it.
No, we weren't going to eat it. I was going to eat it.
Well, you don't need it either. I'm making the turkey. You know why I'm making an 18-pound turkey?
Yeah.
So I can have a turkey sandwich.
So you can eat 17 pounds of it?
No. Well, I probably will because of what I've got planned for that whole turkey. So, yeah, I probably will.
What's she gonna do with the turkey?
Well, I'm going to eat the warm turkey when I first take it out of the oven.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm going to make some turkey soup out of it. And I'm going to make some turkey enchiladas out of it.
Ooh.
And then I will most definitely have that turkey sandwich that I'm dying to have.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
if
like
I have
that
anything
turkey
left,
salad.
it's going in the freezer
Yeah.
because it'll
We didn't
stay.
have a traditional Thanksgiving because we thought we both were going to be working.
Yeah.
So we had a turkey breast, which was good. But she was afraid to thaw it out because we weren't going to be home. And then at 7 o'clock Wednesday night, they called her and told her she could have Thanksgiving off. Well, you can't thaw a turkey out in 10 hours.
No.
Not an 18-pound one.
No.
So
It's a few
we
days.
decided this week while she's off, she's going to cook it. And I'm planning on picking this trailer up tomorrow and delivering it this week and then going home from St. Louis. And then we can have like a turkey deal. But
Well, see, last night I made, I put a meatloaf together and I put it in one of my freezer bags so that you can just like take it from this freezer bag and put it in the pan and just bake it. So it's
Yeah.
already ready to go. And
Yeah.
then I made another bag of stuff. It's called Mississippi Slow Pig. That's in a bag. All
What
you
is
gotta do is put it in a crock pot and cook it for 8 hours.
What is Mississippi slow pig?
It is I used boneless pork ribs, but you can use any kind of pork.
Okay.
And it has pepperoncinis in it. And it's
Ooh.
after you get it cooked, you shred it up, and you can either put barbecue sauce on it, or you can just put it over like mashed potatoes.
Ooh.
It's actually really good.
That sounds
Oh.
good.
Shannon,
Yeah,
Linda's never heard of Dorothy Lynch. I told her about it. She made taco salad yesterday. I
really.
told her that we usually
Never
have that
heard
on.
of
She's never
Look.
heard of it.
I have it written down right here.
I don't even know it. There's certain places I don't think you can get it.
I couldn't remember what was all in it. I
Where
know
did
it tastes
you
different
buy
from
it?
everything else, but
I don't know. It kind of reminds me of French dressing, personally, but I don't like it because I didn't grow up eating that, so I don't really care for it that much. But
Okay.
I make sure I buy him a bottle of it because that's what he wants on everything.
Where do you
Good.
buy it at?
I got it at Walmart.
Okay. I'll look at Walmart then. What's that?
I happened to see it on the shelf, and I'm like, "Oh, look, Dorothy Lynch! I better get it. Randy needs it."
Lynn, I'll get rid of it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Lynn, he would give me to anybody that would take me.
Especially if they give me $10.
Say he would sell me for $10.
So I didn't have to pay.
Christmas steak kebabs. Oh, that sounds good.
Amazing.
Randy has me make hamburgers for Christmas Eve.
That's one of our family traditions. Homemade hamburgers and French fries. My grandmother, when she was alive, we all would meet on Christmas Eve, and Grandma would make everybody hamburgers and French fries. I try to keep that going.
Aww.
My
We didn't
grandma
really
was a
have
hoot.
any.
She's kind of built like you, Glenda,
Okay.
and she's really was funny. She would go around in Walmart and she farted. She'd scream out, "Did I do that?" And she had a great big chest, and she would raise her shirt up and say, "See," and she had more dirty jokes than I have. She worked at Stetson Hat.
You can't tell. You can't tell that on your channel what she got.
I know. I'm not going to tell what she got for her cake.
Oh.
She had all these dirty jokes that everybody give her through the years at work in her locker. I bet there was 50 dirty jokes on paper. But imagine a man's enemy shaped like a cake.
Got it.
That's what they made her cake was when she retired.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
she was a pistol. Even after she had her stroke, she was a pistol.
Yeah, she had a stroke, but
Oh.
she could say bullshit really clear. She couldn't speak really good, but she could get the cuss words out sometimes.
I know somebody else. I will not use the words that he says, but he's disabled due to a stroke, and he says he calls his wife Buddha 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 Buddha, and then he'll bop bop bop, and then you can figure out the rest.
Yep.
But anyhow, that's how he gets that out real nice and clear.
Yeah, there's Grandma. She could get certain words out when she was alive. When she got mad, she could really speak.
Oh,
Well,
I'd never seen my grandma mad or get in an argument. One day, I was there at the nursing home visiting her, and she's in a wheelchair, and this older lady come up was trying to take her sweater,
yeah.
and my grandma, I'd never seen her so mean. Man, she was going to scratch this lady's eyes out. She was so mean because this lady was taking her stuff. But any other time, she was just lovable, joking, and cutting up all the time.
and she only had one of her grandkids' pictures on the wall
Was it
at the
the
nursing
oldest?
home.
Was it the oldest?
Nope,
Nope.
the best looking one.
The best looking one.
Yeah.
Or the one that made her smile the most.
It was my Air Force picture hanging on the wall.
Oh, your basic training?
Yep.
Aw.
I was kind of her favorite. She used to go get me loans for cars, and I lived with her part of the time and stuff. But others would come around her, but I was always around her. She actually saved my life when I was a kid. I caught pneumonia, and my mom and dad didn't know what to do. They was freaking out, and she saved my life, whatever she did when I was a little kid and stuff. So, yep.
She was a powerhouse of a grandma.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got one of those that's a powerhouse. Now, she didn't cuss or anything, or
Well, she wouldn't cuss all the time, but she would say some cuss words like morphodite, different ones. But she wouldn't just go around cussing. But if she got mad, though, they would come out at her.
Well, my grandmother was a pastor's wife, so she was very much, still is that way. But in her dementia years, she has not been nice. She about took out her nurse at one point.
Oh boy.
And we're like, ooh, that's not grandma, But it's her dementia, It's hard to watch them go down.
Yeah, it's very hard to watch them when you're used to the other side of them all them years. And then that happens to them. It's very hard.
It is. I've been working through with my aunt because it's been really hard on her to see this. And she's her advocate, not really caregiver anymore, but her advocate. And I'm like, you got to remember who's talking. Is it grandma or is it the dementia, talking today? But one time, bless her, she was leaving the nursing home. She was half dressed and she had my grandfather's picture, and I'm gone.
Ready to get out of there.
She leaving.
She was leaving that place.
She was. Goodbye. Half dressed. So not my grandmother, bless her heart. But yeah, she's a firehouse. She's the reason why I can advocate for Sir Grace, because I watched her be a pistol very kindly, no cuss words or nothing. Again, pastor's wife, but she was a pistol in the nursing home, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. And she was taking care of her sister, and her sister was going to get top of the line care. I mean, and there was no way around that one. And I'm so glad I paid attention to her, because I learned a lot for Sir Grace. It's benefited him. And now I'm a pistol, but I use a few choice words every now and then if you make me mad. There's that. But no, Sir Grace is going to get top of the line care. That's just
Well,
how we do.
people like Sir Grace and different ones, they need somebody to stand up for them because they can't physically do it themselves.
No.
And if there ain't somebody around like you, they get run over and abused. I'm sorry, I've seen it happen.
They do.
Well, if you walk into any VA system, you'd see it.
Yep.
And it's not just physical, it's cognitive too. I mean,
Yeah.
having that capacity to say, look, this is what's wrong. I had to fire one of his doctors, get rid of him, and now I make the VA pay for it. Because literally this doctor, not even lying, it's a service-connected combat injury. That's all I'm going to say about it. That this doctor went, you have exhausted all of my resources. I'm done with you.
Oh,
Like that. Yeah. Okay. No problem. This person is now chief of this department. And I'm like, well, we just make the VA pay for care outside. And I found him top of the line doctor, very well known, hard to get into in this specialty. And I make the VA pay for it. I'm like, if you can hire doctors that can do that, then you can pay for a good doctor outside of the VA.
Yep.
It's my theory. So, yep, that's what we're doing. But all of VA is not bad, but it is hard watching veterans in there. It really is. For being a spouse and just sitting and observing, it is hard because I want to get up and help them all. And then, I can't.
And a lot of them don't have family members to help them.
No, they really don't. And it's hard.
Yep.
It's hard.
My dad walked out of the VA hospital. He was in Fort Leavenworth. He got into a car wreck, broke his leg. He had pins and iron all the way down one of his legs. And my mom had a stroke, nervous breakdown. And he's in there. They wouldn't give him his clothes or nothing. So my step-grandfather got him some clothes, and he walked out. To this day, he's never been checked out of the VA hospital. He just walked. He got into a big argument, and he said he was leaving, and they was trying to hold him back. And my mom was in a bad shape, and he just walked out of there. He never did go back.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him one bit. Well, Sir Grace was in the hospital during the Big C, and I couldn't advocate for him. And boy, they messed up, and we had to come into Jesus in that hospital because they really were not taking care of him. And they want us to give them another try if this other thing happens again. I'm like, nope, never again. Never again. I don't trust.
First time's on me, but nope. Shame on you on the second one,
Yeah. So
I got escorted out of the hospital there by where we live at. My brother has problems with his neck. He would just pass out when he was a kid.
yeah.
And never could figure it out. And they fused part of his neck back together. And
Okay.
my mom was still alive, and we was at the hospital for his surgery. And they took him, told us he was going to be gone for about 30 minutes for some test.
Okay.
And he was gone for like 4 hours. And my mom's getting worried, because he's
Yeah.
supposed to be going in for surgery and this and that. And they wouldn't tell her nothing. So I was getting irate. And with the nurses and everybody, nobody would tell where he was at, what was going on, because he was supposed to only be gone like 30 minutes.
Right.
And 2 armed guards come up and escorted me outside, and then they start asking questions. And so then we had a big meeting with the head of surgery and the nurses that was there, and they all apologized and stuff, but they actually had left him in a hallway somewhere and forgot about him. He's
Well,
laying
that's
on a
not the-
gurney in a hallway.
That hospital's not been known to have the greatest of care to begin with.
Is it a
No.
VA or is it a hospital?
No,
No,
it's
regular
no.
hospital.
It's just a regular hospital.
Wow.
Then they
I
switched
have
names
stories
now. I
of
don't know
mine
if
for
they're
that one.
they changed names. It's under new deal, but I don't know if it's any better or not. Now, when I went in for I had a stroke, 11 years ago, and I went in there and I got into it with them. I'm sitting there, and one of these foreigner doctors come in. I'm laying in the gurney. I'm just going in, and I had a stroke. I was that weekend, and I drove to Omaha and I drove back to St. Joe, which is like 140 miles. Having a stroke. Shannon was going to be a nurse going to school, and her instructor told him to turn the air conditioner on. This goes for everybody. If you think somebody's having a stroke, get them as cold as you can get them.
Yeah.
And I turned the air conditioner on, and I drove back down because I didn't want to go in the hospital in Omaha. And so she came and picked me up and took me to the hospital. I'm sitting there on a gurney laying on it, and his doctor come up and he says, "Oh, you look pretty good. You ought to be able to go home soon." And I just got there.
Excuse me? Shannon, I bet you about flipped a lid.
Yeah,
Oh, I went off and off, and I mean, he was one of them Indian doctors, and I told him just to.
that
I could
wasn't
still
the worst
function.
part.
What was the worst part?
When they took him back to ICU, and he told them he had to go to the bathroom, and they brought him a little, you know how they used to have those little styrofoam cups in the.
Yeah, the urinal thing. Yeah.
That's what they gave him to pee in. Yeah. I had some
was
words.
mistreated a lot there.
Sounds like it's one of those Band-Aid hospitals.
Worse.
Now I can't say nothing like I had a clotted artery. What, 3 years ago? 4 years ago, and I went in there and I wanted to walk out. Shannon, we were going to work, and Shannon was driving, and I was passing out and getting dizzy, and she made a left turn to go to the hospital instead of right turn going to work. She said, "No, we're going to the hospital." Now that doctor there and nurse I liked.
Oh,
He
good.
come in, is telling me what was going on. He goes, "I'm going to treat you like a banana. I'm going to open you up and scrape you out and sew you up."
That's
And
funny.
he was joking around, and because I told him I never went to the doctor. I
Right.
don't go to doctors unless I'm dying. And and I told him that I don't like doctors. I don't trust you.
There was
And
about 3 days of that. He don't remember what happened anyway.
no, that messes you up. If you got one of them arteries plugging up, you do not know nothing. Your eyes
Right.
get really blurry, and you can't remember, and you can't talk right. Yeah, it messes you up. It was worse than the stroke. It had more effects to me than my stroke did.
Well, because they
Jeez.
thought he had had another stroke, is what they thought, but that wasn't what it was.
Oh my
This doctor found it.
But
Well,
he
that's
was
Probably what was wrong the first time, but they didn't find it.
he was mad because I told him to do the surgery
Yeah, I was gonna walk out.
No.
on the 4th of July, 4th of
And-
July weekend.
Then I wake up and they pulled 2 of my teeth, and I didn't even know it.
Why
They
did
told
you?
them to do it.
They got
I had
permission.
I had 2 loose teeth, and they asked her to pull it, and she gave them permission to pull my teeth. So I don't let her let me go to the doctor no more. You never
Well, the
know, I
best-
might lose some body parts.
The best part was when you have this surgery, you have to have the needle in your arm that takes your blood pressure within your vein,
Yeah.
and you know how big that needle is.
Yeah.
Well, I had to keep his focus on me
I'm
So they
I'm
could-
a wuss.
so
and
they
I'll
could
admit
put
it.
it in.
I'm a real big wuss.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I tortured him. I let the doctors do it.
Oh my gosh.
See, I tell you guys, she's mean to me.
I don't know. I think she's a good one. I think she's a keeper there, Randy. No. I think she's a keeper. Sir Grace was during Scott's live. He I told him, I said, wait till, it gets a little bit cooler outside. He wanted to slam some poles in for me. And I said, wait till it gets cooler. It's too hot. And so does he listen? No. So I go in the house for a minute. I come back and he's bleeding from the top of his head.
Oh my.
I mean, pouring, right? And he did not want to go to the hospital. He said, go get the steri strips. Now he's had a brain injury before, and now he's caused himself another one. And I said, we're not steri stripping. We're going to the emergency room. And he goes, I feel fine. I feel fine. Scott's coming on. I feel fine. I'm like, we're going to the emergency room. So we get down there, and of course the family is all beating him up because they have his head completely covered in bandages. So we're all making fun of him and doing some Jeff Dunham impersonations. I'll leave it there, but we're making fun of him. His doctor comes in. He goes, a nice family will say nice words, but a tough and strong family will beat you up when you're down. And we were beating him up. I mean, it was awful. We had the doctor rolling on the floor laughing so hard. But I made him run all the tests because this was the second known head injury. And by the time he got done, he goes, yeah, my head is hurting. Like, I told you so, you'd hurt. So yeah, he now knows he has to listen to me because gosh darn it, if he had just waited, I would have spotted him and I could have kept an eye on him while he was doing it to make sure he wouldn't hurt himself. But nope, gonna get it done. Like, you little turkey. So anyhow, well, I better hop off of here.
Yeah, we did almost 5 hours. I think you got at least 4.
Well, thank you so
So
much
you
for letting
should
me
have
ride along.
more hours today because there was quite a few people over on your side. So
Yes. Well, thank you so much.
yeah, no problem.
And Shannon, congratulations on the baby goats. That's awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Well, it's nice to talk with you, Glenda.
It was nice talking with you too. Definitely.
I'm going to end it, guys. We'll see you probably tomorrow sometime.
Bye.
All right.
Bye, everybody.